Welcome everyone. So hopefully, I'll try something different today. More tech challenge. I'll try to turn the latency down. So when people put stuff on the chat, hopefully it'll come up much faster and I can reply much faster. I will just write something on here just to make sure it's working. Is it working? If it is, it will pop up on the screen. It does. There we go. So, okay. Welcome everybody. How fast is faster? Hi Alex. Well, fairly. Neil's good evening. It is a good evening. Dark already. Stars in the sky. Welcome summer, whenever it's coming. Right. Next person, write something. And I'll tell you when I can see it. And there should be, and then obviously you'll get the double delay kind of thing, so half it when it comes to me. So I've tried to change the latency on here now. There you go. Neil's on it now. So try to change the latency on it so there's not so much of a lag between you typing your comment and then I receive it and then see it, formulate some form of response, and then prattle on for however long it takes for me to answer. Right, so what are we going to be doing today? Well, today is going to be more so a chat, what the thumbnail says, and normal Q&A as normal. But hi Steve, how you doing? Hope you're well. It is a good evening. There's been obviously a lot of chat about Live and PGA Tour and stuff, and I would appreciate if everyone put their 2 pence in. I've got my own view on things. Hi Don, hope you're well. And I'd like everyone to, there's no such thing as right, wrong. Evening Ian, latency's better. I'm catching them as they come in now, and hopefully there's not, I can see myself live on here. So it doesn't seem to be too bad. There's probably, let's count, hang on. I'll put my hand up. 1, 2, 3, nearly 4 seconds. That's not too bad. Much better than it was before, because it was like 20. Andy, hello. Andy, how the devil are you, sir? Yeah, so when it comes to the Live and PGA Tour, I got my own view on things. Now, I'm one of these people that I can see both sides of the argument here when it comes to Live Golf. And I could, when it comes to golf in general, I don't think really it's a bad thing for golf in general. Richard, hope you are well. Hi Jay, you say. Hi Richard. Yeah, I don't think necessarily going forward it'll be a bad thing for golf. Everyone obviously within the PGA Tour have got to protect their own investment, and so I get that absolutely. But I think going forward, changing it up a little bit may not be such a bad thing. We could do with all the, or do without, sorry, all the bits and pieces that go with it, or that, yeah, the media like to create. But I don't like the Live format, says Don. I kind of agree with you. I don't like the team format so much. I like the Ryder Cup for teams and certain things like that, but I don't necessarily see why it needs the team format as such. I think just a standard normal tournament would possibly work better, in my view. But again, I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just saying I've got a difference of opinion to some people. Mark King, hi Jay, good evening. Your opinion on the Ventus Red driver shaft. Have you hit it? Love your chats. Mark, have I hit the Ventus Red? I don't think I've hit the Ventus Red. When it comes to shafts, I'm possibly the worst person to talk about shafts. Reason being is because I have this view that when it comes to shafts, it's down to what suits the individual. And if that is a Ventus Red, then, and that's the best shaft for you, then by all means, that is the best shaft for you. I've got my own view again when it comes to how much stuff costs. Jack Woods, hello from down underland. Hello Jack, what's the time there? That 8 o'clock in the morning. Dear me. Yeah, no, so I've got my view on how much stuff costs, and I don't think it should cost as much as it does. But again, when it comes to it, shaft is important for the vast majority of people. And so having something which works really well, What is the price of that? And that price is different for every single person. So generally though, I will put it out there that in the whole amount of fittings that I've ever done, I have never as yet got to a point of where I could not find a stock option that would match an upchargeable. But then again, I've always done it on the basis that I don't want to make any commission from any kind of sale whatsoever. I made my money when it come to the session in question, and then after that, whatever the individual wants to justify to themselves and there's a tangible benefit for doing, then they make that decision only, and it's nothing to do with me pressurising them because I make any money out of the deal. No. So, Alistair. Hello, Alistair, hope you're well. Evening, Jay. Right, so it seems as though the latency is working better, which is, well, encouraging. That means I can see people as they're coming along. So today, now my view on today is going to be, I'm kind of prepared myself a little bit for a marathon. Why? Well, because a lot of the time when it comes to me doing these live streams, I'm finished within an hour, hour and a half, and it really suits the UK guys and the guys in Europe to a certain extent. But then when it comes to the American side of the planet, it doesn't really suit them very, and I normally get the American guys at the back end of the chat. So 6 AM, wow, what woke you up? Don't say it was a notification. That's the only time where you can't get the bell on. 6 AM, would you class the ST230 and TSR2 hybrids fade biased? No. 230 not, very neutral if anything. TSR2, I do need to test them. I've got them to test and I need to do that. I've just been so busy trying to get to do certain things in order, and I've got other things in my life going on as well. We'll probably go into that more because I don't think this live stream is going to stay live, but we'll see. What we got, so let's flick over to this screen. If I flick over to this screen, I'll be able to see bigger. There we go, that's for me. Here we go. Ian Campbell. Hello Ian, how are you? Even J, is hazardous smoke worth upgrading from Ping Ultra CB shaft? Which one? There's many. It depends on what you need. I mean, when it comes to, I think what's going to be interesting going forward, what a lot of people aren't going to test, because I don't think it is a standard normal upcharge, and it would be an upchargeable thing when it comes to the Ping, definitely. But the Hulk shaft, the hazardous green, that's mildly counterbalanced, and that would work very, very well with a Ping head. Christopher Cagnan, hello Christopher. Good afternoon from New Hampshire. New Hampshire, that's definitely America. One thing I am not the greatest at is my geography, and I did that as GCSE all those many moons ago. But yeah, it was all about rock and stuff like that rather than where places in the world are. I find that tournaments with something on the line, like when there is a cut, like when you can make your way to a tour by playing well and the opposite, etc. Yeah, there is definite when it comes to the differences between LIV and PGA. I suppose you could argue that LIV is much more around the world match play things, like Ryder Cup. It's a separate entity completely. It is a different thing. I do like the whole idea of the cut, but then what I don't like about the cut, and this is another thing for the journeyman pro, is that golf is blooming difficult, and golf is blooming difficult for the people that are trying to make it out on tour. And so when you're trying to make it out on tour and you've got a cut and you're not making any money, and that's really depressing, and it costs a lot of money just to be able to play on the PGA Tour or DP Tour or anything. Yeah, that's the only thing. I think when it comes to Andy Murray and alike, when it comes to the tennis side of things, they push really, really hard to try and get the people that in round one and round two that were knocked out early to give them more, take some away from the top and then bring it sort of lower down. Just yeah, there's a lot of sense in that, definitely. It's much more interesting. The story is the drama. Yeah, that means the food chain of the smaller and bigger tours rather than hand-picked. Yeah, you're right. You are right. You're not wrong. It does seem to be a bit an elitist kind of thing, but again, everyone's got a decision to make, a guess. If they get headhunted, do they? How much? It's a a job. Effective, this is a job to them. Playing golf is a job. They've only got a certain amount of time, a finite amount of time in a position where they're going to earn a lot of money. So do they stick to their morals and say, no, I will continue to do what I'm doing because I believe that's the moral side of things? Or do you think, do you know what, in 12 years, 10 years time, I may not be able to play anymore, so I'm making my money now? Yeah, Rory can have his opinion because he's made, I don't know how many tens and hundreds of millions already. You give that same kind of decision to a person that's definitely not in his situation, they may change mind slightly. So, Ian Campbell, 55 stiff for driver, for the Alta CB. Yeah, see the Hulk's a little bit heavier, but I got fit into UST Recoil 95 shafts. Yeah, Mizuno saying they're out of stock. Should I wait, or is there an alternative to the UST Recoil 95? Not really, being honest. It's one of those ones. I mean, you could go for ones with a very, very lightweight, but I mean, I should have. Hang on a second. This could be okay. This is what happens when you try to do things in a multi dual display thing. I've got my access to Mizuno on my computer here for the information that you may want. I'm just going to, what's today's date? It's 13th, isn't it? So 13th, so there we go, component update. CSU report, stock file. Let's go to the CSU report, component shortage. There we go. We'll go up on that screen straight away so you can see. Now you're starting to see all my, what, I don't know where that is in the world. We've already discussed that I'm useless at geography. Right, so what were we saying? We're saying that the recoils are out of shop. So the ones that are out of stock, Recoil 95 stiff, I tell you what, can I get this up on the screen? I may be able to get this up on the screen. I don't know if I should do this. Should I do this? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. But if I can, I will. Right, let's go and see if I can get this up on the screen, guys, because, and I apologise to Mizuno if I get told off. How do you do this? Image or browser? Oh, no. Tell you what, we'll do it this way instead. This is where you try and help people and probably going to get in trouble for doing it. Right, I'll be doing that and I'll see if I can get on here. Right, let's see if we can do this, because I can now do a media source. Display capture, there we go. I'll just call it display capture. I'll delete it later. And there we go. Right, here we go. This may or may not work, because obviously, right, if you cannot hear me, right, no. If you can't hear me, tell me. Yep, just write on there if you can still hear me when I flick over. Because I want to answer this question. There we go. So, let's make it bigger. Let's make it bigger. There we go. Zoom to selection. So there we go. Right. So can you see? And I'll put it over here so you can't see any of my normal bits and pieces I've got on here. It's not private anyway, but it doesn't matter. Right, so what we're talking about here is the Recoil 95 shafts here, yeah? And so when it comes to yours, are you stiff or regular? I need to know if you're stiff or regular, because I can't remember what I try and do for people. Too right, I should as well. I've got it on the other screen. UST Rule Cove shafts. I need to know, yeah, stiff or regular. Graham, you need to know stiff. Okay, right, so there we go. You can see here, you can hopefully see my mouse, I don't know. You are there in the stiff. We are, and because they are, oh yeah, great. We're waiting on these two at the moment. Next available PO, 17th of April, but they're shipped. Due 15th of the 4th, yes, we could be talking mid-April for those, being honest, when it comes to the Recoil 95s. There you go. Should you wait? Yes. That's my view when it comes to should you wait. I think you should. Right, let's get rid of that. and then transition back. There we go. I hope that helped. And I've missed out on loads of questions now through, there you go, that's my own fault. I try to help constantly. Right, so if we go back to that one, well, we're good on that one. Forrest Jenkins. Forrest, that just popped up very quickly, and because my latency is much better, I can see it pop up straight away. Thank you very much for that. I've just come through here that Forrest Jenkins has just donated $20. It's for the YouTube Drink Fund. And today, the YouTube Drink Fund, I am drinking, I'm covering it up, right? It is, what we call that, a screen wash. Looks like car screen wash. You can make up what you think on that one. But Forrest, thank you very much for that. It really does, yeah, I really appreciate that. It's very kind and thoughtful of you, really do. Right, let's go back to, Graham says, thank you very much, I shall wait. You should wait, because your shaft's important. It's the only thing that attaches the grip to the club head. And so if you've had a proper custom fit and it's been a good custom fit and really they are the shafts for you, then by all means, I would absolutely wait for your golf clubs. We are not talking about the times that we had beforehand where we are waiting 6 months. We are talking Mizuno, I think they're running at 20 to 25 days at the moment. So there. Right, let's get back on the, what country you from? I am from Texas. Geo, hello Geo. I'm from the UK, England, Suffolk. There you go. That's about as close as it's going to get. You get like the Google Map zoom in, don't you? Right, so let's go. Right, here we go. Good afternoon, New Hampshire. So yeah, I've got to get you on the right bit. Where we go? Okay, Simon, hello. Sorry I didn't pick up your comment earlier. Just that I was trying to find out for someone how long they're going to wait for their shafts. Even Jay, the PGA has had it too good for too long. Yeah, could see the PGA Tour have arrived and live. Good thing for golf, if you ask me. Si, you are quite right when it comes to certain points of what you raise there, and there are a lot of people that agree with you, definitely. There are a lot of people that don't, unfortunately, because they have got their own view on live, and it is very a polarizing topic. I sit on the fence a little bit when I see, because I can see people's being disgruntled about certain things, but I can also see the benefits of certain things as well when it comes to golf. Golf grew really quickly over the COVID times, and then it has now started to contract because of many different reasons. Cost of living of everything is very, very prominent as well. So, Richard Skinner, your review of the original Stealth Driver Plus driver was favourable. Your review of the latest Stealth 2 was less favourable. Why? Purely, Rich, but I honestly struggled to control the new Stealth 2. The old Stealth I found easier to control, and so yeah, it's just honest. It's just and then I possibly should do the review again on a different day, and if it's the same thing, like for like, then like that. But that's, again, you can't do the same review 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. You just have to go with what you do on the day. And generally speaking, when I do a filming day, I will hit shots first. And if I hit shots first and I'm having a real shocker, do you know what? I have been known to say dump filming for that day, because it's not fair on whatever I'm reviewing. If I'm having a bad day, all it basically shows off is how, in some people could see it as bad the product is when it's not. It's all me. But there you go. So Ian, haven't watched any live, doesn't appeal. Seeing the winning putt going on the third hole doesn't make sense. Yeah, oh yeah, don't mind live, but yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's that thing about people jumping to and fro and court cases and stuff like that. Niels, it's fair to take another higher paid job, but not to stay. Not to say you still want to work at your old place. Well, yeah, there is that, and there is a point of saying that you make your bed, you lie in it kind of idea, and I think on that point, yes. When it comes to the majors might be difficult, obviously, because that's open to so many, not just PGA Tour, to so many. So Geo, which is the best for giving iron? I don't think I can game 225. Actually, funny that, I've been doing some work on 225 this evening because I've got a review coming tomorrow. I was going to do it today, but obviously not good to have a video and a live stream on the same day. So I've got i525 against TaylorMade P790 tomorrow, and then I've got to do the work tomorrow, as in the filming tomorrow, to do the 225 against P790. But yeah, 225 is getting a little bit old in the tooth now. It's not, but it kind of is to a certain extent. Right, Alex, hello Alex, hope you're well. I was shocked a bit to see that 10 years ago, first place prize at the Players was 1.7 million. This year, the first prize for third place, yeah, 4.5. Wow. Well, everyone deserves a raise. Yeah, Mizuno retweeted that their lead time has gone out from 7 to 10 working days to 15 to 20. Yeah, that's because of the uplift in since JPX Tour and Forge jumped in. They've been getting obviously busy, like very busy, and of course that has pushed lead times. Unfortunately, can't do anything about that. It's just the way it goes. The better the products, and they can't just. Dave Matthews, who's the, I can't remember exactly what his title, but he's the UK Europe marketing directory manager guy, as in like properly high up there when it comes to the marketing side. He went out to Japan and done some TikTok stuff and some Instagram stuff as well. And there was a really good TikTok about, it wasn't very long whatsoever, about the forging press. So anyone goes on TikTok, obviously don't do it now because you'll come away from the live stream, do it later. And it shows how this forging, this I don't know how many ton press smacked, and well, the guy was there with a pair of tongs and this billet of really hot metal, put it in there and like bang, bang, and it was like ferociously aggressive. And he's like within inches of his fingers. There was some very funny comments in there. One of them was, can you get that guy some extra long tongs? But it was funny. But because of that nature of the whole thing, you cannot just increase production overnight saying that, yeah, I know we need to make 200% of what we made today. There's that guy in there, dong, 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 next one, dong, 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 next one. That's as fast as he can go if he wants to keep his hands. But yeah, it is frustrating, I must admit. Right, Don, I can see the positive when Liv arrived, like more prize money and better conditions for caddies, yeah, so this made the PGA Tour do the same, so win-win. Yeah, I did wonder how long it was going to take before the PGA Tour was whinging about the money and stuff like that, and then somehow things started to change. I don't think it's a bad thing for in golf, but I do think it needs to be a bit more fair across the board. I do think they could start paying in greater amounts and changing the stages of which people get paid when they miss the cut. I still think people should get paid a bit more when they miss the cut, just purely on the basis it's blooming difficult on tour. Works and we hear well. So hey Alberto, hello. Right? Jay, hello. Can you? Yeah, I'm back now because I've been doing stuff. The problem is I've changed the latency, but I can't get through the questions as quick as you can actually write them, which is good. Keep on commenting, definitely, just keep commenting. I'll get there, definitely. Main difference between the Mitsubishi Tensei Blue and Hazardous Smoke Red. Oof. Bend profile's slightly different. There's not huge differences between them, being blatantly honest. The blue is a mildly mid, it's not boring. They are very close, really. They're not like poles apart. So would you notice the difference between the two if you were blind tested? Be interesting to test. I'm not sure you would, but again. If I swing 100 miles an hour for driver, what shaft flex for a 5 wood? Trend, huge, okay. 100 miles an hour, generally speaking, is quite fast for a 5 wood, no different for a 3 wood. And so everyone would normally go stiff or extra stiff. Well, that all depends very much so on how you transition, how you load it and stuff like that. So it is very individualistic to the golfer. So transition speed is mighty important as to how much weight you require. The faster you are in transition, the more you are going to potentially load that shaft. And yeah, flex is one thing, but don't forget weight of shaft as well. Right, Here we go. England is UK. Yes, England is UK, Geo. Sorry, I'm a bit behind. Sam J. Hello, Sam. Tried watching some live, but I find it very scattered. Not keen on the format from a viewer's perspective. And also, I don't, yeah, okay, I think when it comes to PGA Tour, especially at the media side of things, they've got in such a pattern of exactly how they're going to do things and how they're going to produce the show effectively from what you see on TV. It's not as polished yet when it comes to live, so it's a little bit kind of, yeah, I can understand that one definitely. Geo, live is much better than PGA. I went to Sawgrass to watch the tourney, bunch of old farts. There is a lot to say about golf being elitist and golf still being in the dark ages. I do understand about golf needs to retain some form of etiquette. I do believe in attire being a point. I don't think that certain clothes are appropriate really to wear on a golf course because there is a certain level. But we all change when it comes to, tell you what, hang on. Well, not I'll say a world exclusive. I don't know, again, if I'm allowed to show these or not. And if I get in trouble, I do apologise. Right. Can you remember a day, these new shoes, Mizuno, I don't know what they are now, I need to have a look. I think they're MZU ENs that are coming very, very soon, if not, yeah. Right, these things. Can you remember? They had to have spikes. Now we got these. These are trainers, guys. They're basically trainers. And I can remember, well, not so long ago, that these things were very much so. Not allowed, but now we are allowed. That's what I'm saying. Everything changes. Not everything changes for the best, there is true, but I do feel that we could change golf a little bit to make it much more inclusive, much more enjoyable for the masses and not for the elitists and not for the ones that can only afford the increase in all of the yeah, premiums that are going up every single year when it comes to golf courses. Everything's getting more expensive, I get it. Right, where are we going to? Christopher Gagnon, sorry. If I'm one upright, should I go +2 with Mizuno? If you're one upright with what? Because every single manufacturer has this view of, they got their own idea of what one upright is when it comes to specifications. So, get fit on a quad when it comes to, or just check your lie angle on a quad. Do not use those lie boards. Just don't. If you can help it, please don't. Or if you're going to, make sure the fitter knows how to use it properly and make sure that you get a properly good reading. When I didn't have HMT, I went through, I do not know how many pieces of that lie board tape, because unless you get a delivered face angle in the desired angle to where you want to hit your certain shot shape, be it a fade, be it a draw, whatever it be. If it's twisted in any way, twisting the face right, rotating around the axis of the shaft, that makes the dynamic lie change in itself. So you can, if you hit into a net, you hit into a shot, you don't see where that golf ball is going to go, and you look at the ball, oh, I'm this, but you wouldn't have been, because, yeah, it's much more. So get it done with a head measuring tech when it comes to either GC or HMT or quad, or Hawk does the same thing, but you know what I mean. Something which is measured rather than, lie boards are terrible. I think Mark Crossfield, he put out something, a very, very quick, it was like a very, very quick video, and it was very snip, about how a golf ball sits on a lie board, the golf club comes in, hits the lie board depresses, the golf ball stays there in midair, and it, yeah, there's lots of things wrong with lie boards. So there's lots of deflection goes on with lie boards, and yeah. So, where are we? Geo, I like English people, but every time I meet, they ask which uni I attended. Is this common in England? I feel they are trying to judge me. Geo, I wouldn't ask you at all what uni you attended. It's not something that I would do. I don't know if everyone's exactly the same, but it's not something that I would. I'd be, hi Gio, how are you? That's a weird accent. Where do you come from? You come from da 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 da. Well, okay. Well, I know some people that come. So I've taught some people da da da, and I have that conversation. I don't think the first thing I'd be thinking is, so what uni did you attend? Paul, hello Paul, how are you? Why no Mizuno STZ7 wood? Seems like a crazy missed opportunity. Okay, Paul, the reason, being absolutely frank, this is not straight from Mizuno. This is my own opinion that I'm going to put out here now. The reason is there is not enough call for it. When it comes to anything a manufacturer makes, doesn't matter if it's Mizuno, Callaway, Titleist, Wilson, Shrixon, anyone, to justify making the molds for it, they have to then obviously have a certain amount of sales to make it worthwhile. When I say worthwhile, get it to a point of where at least it pays for itself. The difficult thing, say, with left-handers, and this is the whole thing with left-handers, have had this thing. I myself, I am left-handed, but I had the common sense when I was younger to go right-handed, and I'm so glad I did. But when you're left-handed, it's so difficult because manufacturers don't make all of the options in left-handed. Why? Because in Mizuno's case, and this is going back a few years now, but Mizuno, when it comes to left-handed options, they only sell enough left-handed golf clubs to basically pay for the left-handed molds and equipment and all that lot. So they don't make any money on the left-handed people. They make all the money from golf out of the right-handed people. So it's a really difficult thing when it comes to, and especially when it comes to the new STZ. This is a 2-year life cycle product, and it is very, very good. When I say very, very good, it is up there with everything else. So Mizuno is not better. With the new Mizuno ST230 and STX230, fairway wood hybrid and drivers, they're not better than anyone else. Let's get that one out there straight away, that they are better than anyone else if you get custom fit correctly for the right one, and it might be a TaylorMade, it might be a Mizuno, it might be anything else. But they're as good as everything else where they never really have been. They've now got to a point where they're just as good as everybody else. The difficulty always, it's like no different if Wilson come up straight away, and when we've now made something as good as the best thing that's out there, it's the marketing, it's getting people to understand that and breaking away from their automatic buying habits to basically just go out and test it. Don't go buy it on the basis of what someone says on YouTube, but definitely do spend the time, if you can, to go and test the very thing that you're thinking about possibly buying. So, Dong, I agree with you. Don, you probably do, but I don't know which one. I've said so many things, but yeah, you're right. Goldfish, hello. In your Ping 230 59 525 comparison, you briefly compared 425 to the 525. Can you expand on that thought? I'll be honest, you've watched that video much sooner than I can remember it. So no, I would love to expand on that, and if you'd have messaged beforehand, say if you'd have messaged early, I put a post out, and I don't know how YouTube works, but I put a community post out saying basically when would you like this, and you can still go on the AskGolfNut community page anyway, on the post, because I basically put out there, I'm going to do live streams weekly going forward. What would you like it doing? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because I'm going to steer clear of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday because of obviously other sport and things and stuff like that. So still go on there, vote on there, and put your times of where you are in the world so I can make the adjustment, because the whole idea, I want to try and obviously do a live stream to as many people as I possibly can do, and at the times when they're free-ish to be able to watch it. So that's the whole idea. But golf, if I'd have known, I would have had that in the background as I was doing something else so I could remember what I said, being honest. Sean Vetter, hello Sean, how are you? Thoughts on, would you like to go away, see this YouTube thing, it would be a really good time to insert ads. Would you go away? Dear me. Thoughts on shaft for wedges. I got fitted for KBS Tour extra stiff for my irons and can't decide between KBS Tour stiff or KBS high rev 2.8 for my wedges, 54, 58. Now, so generally speaking, when it comes to wedge shaft, most people, if they're going to make a change to anything, they go slightly heavier. You're already at the KBS Tour X, and that's a 130, the X class weight of shaft. So you're going to struggle to get heavier than that. You can, but you're going to struggle to get. So I have always had this, Sean, and this is not saying that I'm right, because you have to fit the individual, but I have always, this is me, I have always had the same shafts in my wedges as I have my irons. Why? Because I still hit my 58 degree, which is my lob wedge, I still hit that full, like I do my pitching wedge, or I hit my, when I say full, I'm not hitting it 100%. my normal swing. So my normal 85 miles an hour, 85%, 90% 7-iron swing. I do the same thing with a 58, so I need to know how far they go. So having the custom fit shaft as running throughout the bag, it just makes sense to do that. I'm not saying it's right, but you're already starting from a very heavy, very stiff starting point. So through continuity, I would stick all the way through if I was honest. But again, test it if you can, which is going to be difficult because most wedge situations you can't. You have to kind of go with a bit of blind luck and judgment and guesswork. Don, more money for the guys lower down the ladder, yeah? And don't forget the ladies. I hope they will get more money. When it comes to ladies sport and stuff like that, it is very much so linked to viewership. And if more people watched ladies sport, they would automatically start getting paid more because obviously the tournaments would make more money and of course that would filter down. That's just the normal. I did hear a really strange, and I don't want to say this out of turn, I don't want to start off one of those feminist, sexist debates and stuff like that, but I did hear something, there was a tournament, and I don't know if it was golf and I don't know if it was tennis, I can't remember, but there was a tournament, no, it was a Women's World Cup, pretty certain it's a Women's World Cup, something like that. Anyway, the Men's World Cup made X amount of billion, whatever, and out of that, the men got paid a certain amount, and it was something like 20% or something like that of the actual total figure. When you look at the Females World Cup, the Women's World Cup, it didn't make nowhere near as much money. Absolutely didn't, because obviously, unfortunately, people don't watch it as much as they do the men's. But if you look at the percentage of the gross amount that the Women's World Cup made as compared to the men's, the women actually got paid as a percentage more than the men. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm not saying it's indifferent, that's just, yeah, but you're right. More people viewed it, the more money would go that way, but yeah. Right. Chris Cagnan ping. Oh, should I go? Right, okay, ping's an interesting one because if you go by the specifications on Ping's own website, they've now changed it. So the static information that you see there by lie angle is actually not from a black, it's now from a blue color code. So you're going to have to make the adjustment for that because, yeah, most people will actually look on that and go, oh, it's this. No, it's for a blue now, not from a black. I currently play Callaway Chrome Soft and I've done for 3 years now. In the past 3 weeks, I've had 3 balls explode in mid-flight. Although those crazy balls, you used to get them out of a box, didn't you? Those single boxes, that's all it is. And you used to put them in your mate's bag or in their bucket at the driving range and just watch them go. I'm assuming it's not that, but 3 balls explode in mid-air. Wow. Generally speaking, that's very uncommon, but depending on how old those Chrome Softs are, the Chrome Softs of yesteryear did have problems with their cores, off-center cores, and they did have massive problems when it comes to braking. Now, when it comes to a simulator environment, when I used to be at Bury Golf Range before that basically closed, unfortunately, because of housing development, I moved over to the Golfers Lounge and all that. Yeah, well, anyway, before I was in the Bury Golf Range, when I was doing that more full-time, and now I'm kind of doing more YouTube full-time, I used to go through balls. I used to break balls for fun. Pro Vs, doesn't matter. But yeah, Chrome Softs broke a lot. The new ones are better, but different golf balls have a propensity to break more than others. So, should I follow Rick Shield's golf instruction? He's not that good a golfer for regulars. Should we follow advice from scratch golfers? Right, Gio, and everybody listening to this, don't follow people on YouTube and do what they tell you, including me. Unless I am talking to you down the lens. If I can see you, I can see your swing, I can see your problem, I can see what you're doing, I can give an opinion. If you go to YouTube as your source for online lesson, whoever you're watching, be it Rick, be it Mark, be it anybody, they do not know you. They have got no idea how you swing. They don't even know you're watching them. So they're saying, fix your this or do this to fix that. Well, the classic thing, fix your slice. Well, do you know what? Slicing can be done so many different ways. You can't just do a video and say, you do this and you'll fix your slice, because do you know what? Out of 10 people, yes, you could make this one over here better. You could also make on the other side, like properly worse. So you have to teach the individual. You can glean some certain bits and pieces from YouTube, but you really do have to seek individual focused instruction, because if not, you're in the danger zone massively of making yourself worse. There you go. PJS09, okay, sorry I'm late to the show. It's fine, don't worry, we're all here to say hello. But it's true that PGA Tour was the original breakaway tour after splitting from PGA of America. Well, there's been a lot of that, if we want to go back far enough. Darts had the same thing, the BDO and whatever it is. Yeah, professional darts and then PDC, whatever it was, I think, yeah. When we had no different to football or soccer for the Americans. When we had, I think it was, obviously the Premiership started up and we had a change in things from, yeah. Everything changes, everything evolves hopefully over time, and hopefully everything revolves to a point of where people get more enjoyment from it. There is always this kind of, I don't think Liv is going to take over the PGA Tour at all. I can only hope that at some point there's some form of symbiosis between them. Gio, when I was working in Shanghai, all these English people attended Oxbridge, or Oxford? Oxbridge. Really rude. First question that one asked after my name, if you didn't attend their preferred uni, they instantly ignored you. Well, if I was allowed to swear, Geo, I would do, but I'm not allowed to swear. Well, I can swear, but I don't think that YouTube would like it. People that treat anyone else like that are just a complete bunch of add what you like there. I have no time for them whatsoever. We are all human beings. That's it. We can learn something from even the most stupidest of people, and from the point of view of that just drives me mental. I am not one of these people that's sort of like gets on the old banner like that. No, but I do believe that we are human beings first and foremost. Axia Beeden, really struggling to hit my driver shafts, and my irons are regular flex got fitted. Good. My driver shaft X-Flex off the rack, not fitted. Do I get a new shaft for my driver or just keep at it? Right, my first point would be go get a lesson. Go get a lesson with someone who knows about custom fitting, coaches and fits as well, preferably, because the information to glean from a launch monitor based session, with the view of looking at your equipment, try and get someone who's not also in any way, shape or form paid commission for anything that gets sold. They're there purely just for one thing and one thing only, to make you better. They're interested in that and that alone. If it means changing a shaft, then great. If it means changing this, if it means changing you, well, generally speaking, that's cheaper. But there's so many options on the table. But yeah, it's an interesting one, going regular flex on your irons and extra stiff on a driver, although I've seen it and I've fitted it in the past because of just how people react to certain things. And so there's no hard and fast rule to say that's right or wrong. It's just golf. So yeah, make sure you go get measured by someone who knows. Geo, shopping for a 5-wood, which do you like best? I'm thinking ping or Shrixon. Thoughts? Out of those two, you can't go wrong with a ping. You just can't. They just don't make bad stuff. They don't. And the new colours, I really thought, oh, they've just copied a Cobra. Now I get used to them and I actually quite like it. It's a turbulator effect. Everyone hated the turbulators to start with, and now there's a certain amount of people that, yeah, got around to it. Ian Campbell, Oxford or Cambridge boasters? Yeah, again, yeah. Ian Campbell again, same here, Jay. Left everything but play golf right-handed. Left everything, yeah. So I am left everything when it comes to one-handed. As soon as it goes to two hands, I will go righty, with the exception of playing snooker. I'll go right-handed. Also, when it comes to compound bow, I will fire left-handed as well. Si, hope you're well, mate. Nice to hear from you. I'm lefty playing righty. That's my excuse for being rubbish. Well, we have excuses. I mean, I've had a list in the past. I've had so many. Ian Murgatroyd, hello Ian. Does bounce on irons matter much? Mizuno tend to be pretty low, bring great. So ping's always gone for the higher handicap, the one that, or the people that interact with the ground a little bit too early. So I've got my new mat on the floor as well. My new version 2. Bigger and better than the old one. And well, the old one had, I should do a video on it basically with my divot mat. It's a DIY version as such, you've got AstroTurf at the top, so putting green at the top. Then I had Perspex or plexiglass or whatever the things that Americans call it. I don't know what it's called. Acrylic, I don't know. So many different words for it, doesn't matter. And then I had open and closed cell foam, so the whole thing could like give, but then come back up again like memory foam does. But the acrylic or Perspex option that I tried was bad idea, because as soon as it got hit, it just shattered. So I've gone polycarbonate, which is the same kind of stuff they put in bulletproof screens. So it's working really well, and it wasn't that expensive either. So yeah, but ping are higher because for people that hit the ground earlier, and it does work. Generally speaking, the more bounce you have and you are a ground interactor, then instantly that will give you a little bit more resistance to the ground before the golf club starts ploughing. This is all relevant to what your angle attack is. If your angle attack's massive, I mean, that golf club's digging regardless of what the thing is. So yeah, the bounce. But generally speaking, yeah, Mizuno runs slightly less, but then that is all relative also to sole width. You can have the same bounce, so let's call it 10 degrees bounce, which is quite a lot of bounce, but let's just call it 10 degrees bounce. If you have a 10-degree bounce which is really thick on the sole and a 10-degree bounce is really thin on the sole, they play massively differently. So yeah, it's the angle of bounce is one thing, the thickness of the sole and how the sole interacts with the ground is just as important. Ed Sauce, please. What a name, love that. Hello, Ed Sauce, please. How much does weight affect a swing for e.g. something like DG95, DG185? 10 grams? Well, 10 grams-ish within the class of the shaft. Would it make difference? Yes, possibly. You'd feel it, especially if you knew that was actually changed. If you didn't know it was changed, that would be an interesting one. You'd possibly feel static weight though. If you're talking about something like from a 100 to a 130, absolutely, it'll be a huge thing. But it can make a huge difference to golfers now they swing and stuff like that. So first of all, you marry the bend profile with whatever they are, how they're loading the shaft or how they're offending the shaft. And once you've custom fit for their bend profile, you're then it's a constant conversation. It's a two-way conversation between the client and the fitter. And there should be, I like this, I don't like this, I like the feeling of this, I don't like the feeling of that. And when it comes to that, that's when you have the expertise of the fitter, who then knows, because hopefully most people use technology now to understand the bend profile of an individual rather than just bumper car guesswork fit. But you don't work with that, always go for over here. Oh, no, you don't work that one, and you spend ages doing that. There's bend profile testers now, so you can actually measure that. And then what you do there, that's when the experience of the fitter and the knowledge of the fitter then comes in, when the individual turns around and says, I really like this, but have you got something which is a touch more like this or a touch more like that? That's when the fitter, or a really good experienced fitter, comes into their own. Right. Mark Dennis, hello Mark. I'm confused as to why people choose one side or the other. Why not enjoy professional golf, albeit PGA Live, LPGA, etc. It's the best of both worlds. Unsure why there is so much hate on both sides. You'll find, generally speaking, that a lot of people will make a stand on one side of the equation, whichever one it is. That's not right or wrong. There are some situations in life which obviously there are right and wrong. But in this, there are a lot of positive sides to Live, and there's also some negative sides to Live. It also has, because of Live, it has changed certain things on the PGA Tour, which has been a positive, definitely. So I'm sitting on the fence with it. I could see if it was done much more transparently, much more openly, and both tours as such were to try and be much more symbiotic in nature, then it's just a win for golf. But I understand that necessarily that's not going to happen. And Ian again, speculation on social media that the USGA and RNA are announcing either a rollback or driver rollback tomorrow. What's your view? I hope they're not going to split it. So they had that thing of, right, well, we'll have pro rules, and then we'll have all pro products, and then we'll have, right. My view on this, right, is that generally speaking, equipment has got better. It has. Understanding of physics, mostly physics, has made the ball go further through driver. As the drive has changed, we've used more metallurgy to try and eke little bits out of it and stuff like that, yes, but by far the biggest difference is the design of the driver head to try and maximize the flight of the golf ball. And that's no different to a javelin thrower. When they're throwing the javelin, they don't just throw it at a whatever degree, they throw it at a specific degree with their speed to try and get that javelin going as far as they can. That's exactly the same when it comes to golf. So that is one thing, but it's relatively small. What you're seeing mainly on the tours is just how strong these guys are getting. It's the fact that they're training so much harder, they're hitting the golf ball so much faster, not necessarily their heads. Now the heads are, of course, they make a difference, of course they do, but when you've got guys that are swinging so fast, the ball is going to go a long way. Now you change that, that's fine, but if you then change it for all, do you know what, amateur golfers don't have the problem of, oh, do you know what, my driver goes 340 yards. Yeah, that's not a common problem. The problem is if you start taking 20 yards off an amateur's golf game because you're limiting a golf ball or limiting a driver, that's bad for golf, in my own view. Right, Don, I'm getting fitted for new irons next week. Go for it, Don. We're already discussed combining Mizuno 225, 221. Should I blend with 221 7 iron or 8 iron, or wait and see what the fitting will bring? Okay, wait until the fitting, definitely. But have in your head one thing, and I've had a success with this in a couple of different ways. Now, you can do 221, 225, but there is 4 degrees of loft gap between them as a standard when it comes to 7 iron, which means a 221 7 iron and a 225 7 iron is equivalent to a 221 6 iron. So, what I have done, rather than bending things around, which you can then mess around bounce angles, offset amounts and stuff like that. Remember, Mizuno have got a certain small amount of bounce already. So what I've actually had quite a bit of success doing is actually having 2 7 irons, but the 225 7 iron, which is the same as the loft of a 221 6 iron, I've increased the length by ½ inch like it would be if it was a 6 iron, and so you're getting the differences in loft gaps and stuff like that, but you're not having to potentially in any way, shape or form corrupt the design of the head when it comes to bending golf clubs left, right and centre to try and make them blend. So yeah, just be open to that idea and see if the fitter even opens that up as a suggestion. That would be an interesting one. Right, Mark, have you ever done a video on shaft length for drivers, e.g. what's the difference between a 44, 44.5, 45 and 45.5 inch driver, etc.? Do you think the high-end handicapper would benefit from shorter drivers? Right, okay, 2 questions, but one, I'll answer the first one first. Shorter drivers are better, definitely. Why? Because people can control them better. We are talking about the difference between, let's say, Mizuno running a 45.25, yeah, against the Pings running at 45 3/4, or I have my custom fit shaft which is like 44 and something, so that's considerably smaller than the 45 3/4 that most manufacturers run shaft length. But when you're talking about an individual who, like an amateur golfer, which doesn't hit the middle all the time at all, you just make the club head go faster because it's longer and further away from the work, they're just going to hit it worse. And like substantially, you can increase a club head speed by increasing shaft length a certain amount, as in it's very small relative to what happens when a golfer hits it well away from the middle, and the efficiency drop off, the smash factor drop off is so catastrophic that you could have added 10 inches that shaft. It's dropping so much that it's because it's not just, it's how the golf ball spins, how the tilt axis from a poor strike, it's everything when it comes to shaft length. So shaft length, I would always work on the basis of this. A golfer should always be using the longest shaft they can possibly control. There you go. So, Tesla Steve, I'm assuming that's because you have a Tesla, Steve. Got to say soccer a few more times for us. In the accent, Niels, hello Niels, mate, you're right. Would you be a good, so what would be a good approach to fit gap the clubs between 5 iron and drive, assuming 3 available steps? 4 hybrid, 3 hybrid, 3 wood, depending on speed. Give me a speed or give me the variations of speed and I'll put it in there. But that's a generalized, but then you could also go 3 wood, 5 wood, 7 wood, depending on the golfer. So Chase Wood, have you ever golfed the Midwest in America? No. I'll be honest, I've never been to America. I need to go to America. I think I'd be absolutely, completely and utterly bamboozled with the size. There's 300 or so million of you, I think, over there. I can't remember, 330, 340 million of you. And the expanse that you have available to yourself is mind-boggling. Niels, what would be a good, no, we've done that one, sorry. Rogelio Mendez, hello. Rog, I'm great for shortening people's names. So, Rog. Been struggling with TSR2 Gamer, done some fittings and heads I've tried. Do better with Ventus TR Black 7X. Gamer has CDX7. I think shaft change would show similar results. Okay, if you're in that level, you're fairly quick and you're fairly aggressive in your transition, then it's going to be an interesting one trying to find the right thing through shaft. Can make a huge difference, and at your speed there is a lot of deflection going on. When it comes to anyone giving an opinion about shaft, the whole idea, you've got to go somewhere where you honestly trust the individual, he or she knows their stuff, and will be able to measure you and properly fit you and coach you with the speed that you have. Don't listen to anybody. I mean, they'll give you, I mean, if I gave you my opinions of those, they are my opinions of those. If I gave you the bend profile of them and how they work and stuff like that, that is how they're working from a factory point of view. That's what they're designed to do. But if you put those things, those shafts, in the hands of 10 golfers, they'll all do different things with them because everyone reacts to them differently. So there's no such thing as, you've got to work with the individual. Don, I've just noticed that's popped through. Don, thanks Jay. So half an inch more on the 221 7-iron or 225 7-iron. Would like to get them fitted by you, but it's a bit of a trip from Holland. You're right, it is. It'd be lovely to see you, Tom. I wouldn't mind whatsoever. He's fine. Thank you very much for the £5.99 euros. That is very, very kind of you. Half inch extra on the 225. So your 225 7-iron is 30 degrees. Your 221 7-iron is 34. So by adding half inch to the 225, that will then make it equivalent in loft to your 221 anyway when it comes to the loft difference. But also the half inch is there to make it the same length of what your 221 6-iron would be. So you can keep gapping, etc. Exactly right. Right, I skipped because of Don's very kind donation. So every single time someone very kindly does that, it's only right that I skip straight away over there. So, Home for you. Hello, Home for you. Love your channel. Pros and cons, Apex DCB versus 923 hot metal high launch. So they'll both work very, very similar, although the high launch is distinctly designed for the slow swinger, as in properly designed from the ground up, the sole up, to be for the slow swinger. The DCB is still a distance iron, so it's not necessarily designed in the same way as a HL. The closest that you'd possibly do that or close to that would be from a 923 hot metal high launch, is the G430. But then the G430 is slightly different as well because it's a stripped down lightened version of such, and it's not quite the same. And yeah, yeah, there's how long have you got? There's so many. And also the 923 hot metal high launch will feel softer, sound softer. But if you want a bit more confidence inspiring pop, then the DCB's got that in spades. Ian Campbell, hello Ian. Have always played regular irons, got fitted a couple of years ago using Mizuno shaft selector. Well done. As long as the fitter knows exactly how to use it and stuff like that, which I'm finding the more I do this is hilarious, the amount of times that people have gone, I went for a fitting at a Mizuno place and they said it didn't work, or they said the software wasn't working properly, or they said they don't use it. So, how long you got? Rogelio again, Rog, looking for a fitter to test before I drop another 400. I don't blame you. Golf equipment is blooming expensive. You've got to make sure that you buy the right thing. Ian Campbell, and ended up with the DG 300 stiff shafts. Yeah, they're 127 grammer. They're a big old lump. Stable as heck though. I love that shaft. I mean, it's many years ago, there wasn't as many shafts as you have. You just had they're so commonplace, those kind of shafts. Perry Mason, hello Perry. Anything but live, I just don't see the appeal of it. I hope the ladies' tours don't get the disruption of live affecting their tours. I don't think it will, but again, you asked this question sort of 5 years ago, no one would ever thought live would be here now. But it is, for good or bad. It's, yeah, everyone's different opinion. Golferman Jim, hello Golferman Jim. I just want to thank you for all your great club comparisons. You're in a class by yourself. Well, obviously I'm unbiased. I wear what I wear because that's my choice. I'm not paid, it's my choice to do so. On this, I am biased, and I would say absolutely I agree with you. You are the class by yourself. Yeah, and my ego doesn't need to get any bigger, but thank you Golferman Jim, really appreciate that. Absolutely hope you're doing well. Mark Boundy, looking into the new Mizuno STZ 230 hybrid. 2 shaft options and one is the old dealer. 50 gram altitude, the other the stock option. An average swing speed, stiff shaft user. Gain anything with a lighter one? Possibly a bit of speed, possibly a bit of launch. But again, that is in the realms of shaft, which then if you go get 10 golfers, they'll all react differently. So you'd possibly turn around and say, yes, you might gain a little bit of extra launch, you might gain a little bit of extra speed, possibly. Well, that's down to shaft cycling. If you've got any time, Google shaft cycling, and you might understand there's some interesting things with that depending on speed, etc., but without boring you. But until you put until you put that golf club with that in the hands of a golfer, you do not know how they're going to react. I have been surprised so many times when you think, right, I'm just going to give this person, give this to this, and gone, what the heck has just happened? That was not expected, but yeah, so I'm getting past Don's one now. Alberto, so when are you coming over to Spain for a game of golf? Hopefully soon. I'd love to go over to Spain. Well, I'm going to Morocco in about 2 months, so there'll be a time where there might be, I might have to try and work really hard to try and get some YouTube content done, and then schedule it, because I'm going on my honeymoon. I know, I got married last year and still haven't been out on my honeymoon, been that busy. So I'm going on my honeymoon in about 2 months' time. So yeah, I'm going to Morocco. So I'm going to be hopping over Spain. So I will wave to you from the plane as I pass. I think. Definitely go over Spain, didn't you? I'm terrible when it comes to geography. I'm up with many things. Geography is not my strong suit. Pub quiz, I'm out when it comes to geography. I just want to say thank you very much again to Don for donating. It's very much appreciated. It is. Daryl Waitman, any updates on when you'll be testing the new Strixon ZX Mark II iron range? Would be a great comparison against the Mizuno Pro 225 and 223 Forge. Many thanks. Yes. Right. Okay. So, Daryl, I'll be honest. When it comes to media samples, etc., I have access to certain things, and because my channel in the past has always been, I've been busy doing coaching, custom fitting, and I'll do YouTube when I can. Busy coaching, custom fitting, I'll do YouTube when I can. I've been so busy with other bits and pieces, it's just got to a point where I haven't had physical time to increase the amount of work that I've had to do, because I wouldn't have a chance to do the reviews anyway. So now I am much more YouTube, much more full-time do YouTube. I do need to reach out to the likes of Strixon and Wilson and Titleist to a certain extent to get more of their stuff to physically test. I do need to do that. But yeah, so at the moment I still need to source it to be able to do it. I just had 2 donations come through. Thank you very much to Christopher Cagnan. Thanks, congratulations. Yes. Yes, I am very, very lucky. Very, very lucky indeed. And Golfman Jim, thank you very much for your donation as well. You're number 1. Is that number 1? It is. Well, I agree. Again, that's the only thing I'm biased with. Agreeing that I am number 1, I'm not. There's always a bigger fish. There's always a bigger fish. Right. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I really, really do. Right. Goldfish, the world record javelin throw will never be broken. It drastically changed the javelin specs after they lengthened the stadium infield, exceeded by extraordinary throw. Didn't they not at one point test dimples on a javelin and it went like 17 miles? That 17 miles is like an no, but it did. I think I'm pretty certain at one point they did test or something. They did a test with dimples on a javelin, and it went so ridiculous. And but yeah, it's true. I don't know what is the longest javelin throw ever. It's mighty impressive watching them do that. Ken L, hello Ken. On shorter drives, say shorter drivers, say 43 inches, will we run into serious issues on swing weight and lie angle? So if you're going to shorten, most drivers are built with a huge lie angle upright built into them anyway, like delivered correctly anywhere between 5 and 10 degrees. When it comes to changing the lie angle, obviously from the shaft, you change the lie angle definitely. The swing weight, there's a lot of work that they can do when it comes to adding and taking away swing weight. When it comes to adding is much easier than taking away. So you taking down to 43 inches is a lot easier to do that than it is to do the other way. And also remember when it comes to when you're changing shaft length by a substantial amount, that will affect bend profile. Less if you cut it off the butt than it will do if you trim it. Some you can, some you can't, all that lot. So yeah. Mark Boundy, been using JPX Easy Forged for the last 5-6 years, most similar to those from the new lineup. I'm not going to comment on the Easy Forged. Okay, I'll comment on the Easy Forged. The Mizuno JPX Easy, I'm sorry, Mark, they were very good. The Forged they were decent. I've got some heads over here. Horrific. I mean, I'm sorry, but I hate them. Mizuno haven't really made a bat. Yes, they have. The Easy, they were horrific. Mizuno, please, never make anything ever again like the Easy cast. The cast, especially, at least the Forge had some remnants of a golf club. The cast was like a battering ram. It was horrific. Sorry for anyone who's got some JPX Easy casts. They're a great golf club. Home for you. Anyway, Easy Forged. Test JPX 923 Forged. And if not, go to the Hot Metal Pro. Try and keep the lines the same and stuff like that. Although, if you want the same color, you're gonna have to get your marker pen out. Although there is a limited edition set of black 225s coming soon. Home for you. My DCB gap is 48 and love my high toe 5810. Should I get glide 5414? Glide 4s are proving good wedges. And maybe bend 5313. Is glide good? So I would. That's a really good idea. And of course, obviously, it's some pink, so you can bend it around whatever you like. What I would do first of all, I would get it first, test it, see what the gapping is, and then tweak it if you need to. Don't tweak it unless you know you need to, because loft, when it comes especially with wedges, individuals use loft differently with wedges because of the amount of loft there. You'll see strange distance jumps and gaps where there shouldn't be when it comes to individuals, when it comes to their wedges, especially their higher lofted wedges, because they interact with the ground differently, how they cast it, or how they what their angle of attack is, how they use the bounce of a golf club going into a golf ball. There's this weird zone of where they start just basically cutting the legs off of a golf ball and then actually start, in their own words, compressing it, which I can't stand the compressing word, because a golf ball never compresses. Comment below. Home for you. PS cheers for 78. Is that 78 degrees? Arizona. It can't be 78 degrees. I'm just like so jealous. Niels, better prioritize the honeymoon. I would do. YouTube drink time. YouTube drink. Can't show it obviously because it's a YouTube drink. Well, we didn't have any comments. Today's is that colour, and which I am calling windscreen wash for a car. Yeah, you can guess what it is down the bottom. I can't agree or disagree. I'll just stay quiet. Right. Our fat golf shot, a retracted one. Sorry. Well, I didn't see it before I retracted it, but yeah, I hope I've answered it anyway. Hope you're well. Hope you're good. Yeah, nice to see you. John, Yes, Candlish, sorry, I'm having to look closer to the screen. What happens when you get old? Your eyes start going. I'm looking for a low launch spin hybrid to replace a driving iron. Was looking at the Cobra Aerojet, the King Tech, and have you hit these yet? No. My problem when it comes to replace a driving iron with a lower launch and spin hybrid is obviously hybrids are not designed to do that. Unless you go straight into something like a 2 hybrid. 2 hybrids are obviously very, very strong lofted and they will launch that golf ball low. And the best thing you can do obviously with a hybrid to launch it is launch it low via loft. Or you can whack in an exceptionally tip stiff shaft, bend profile tip stiff, to try and control the spin. Although again, you're talking shaft for different people makes huge difference, other people not so much. Get tested on that one, but excuse me, YouTube wind. When it comes to the problem with hybrids is hybrids are designed to launch the golf ball, and if you're trying to find a hybrid to launch it low, there's only really one way you can do it, and it's actually do it through loft. Right, Goldfish, come with me on a wilderness canoe fishing trip with me on one of our 15,000 lakes in Minnesota. That gets cold over there, I heard. Hopefully by May the 11th, fishing open and the ice will be gone. Yes, definitely cold. Still 2 feet of dense snow on the ground. Definitely cold. We had a little bit of sprinkling of snow. We did a few days ago. Yeah, that's about as much as I want to see snow this winter. It's awfully cold. It's windy today though, properly windy. Had a power cut this morning, which irritated me. Because if Niels is still watching, my NAS, my network attached storage, is not on the non-interruptible, power supply, UPS. So I was kind of, yeah, it's fine. Right, where are we going for? Fat Shot Golf. Last year I was fitted in Cobra LTDX 10.5 degree head, reduced to 9 degrees shaft, reg shaft. Last week fitted in Cobra Aerojet Max 10.5 degree reg shaft, dispersion better, but a circa £200 cost. Is it worth changing? No. Right, okay, when it comes to generally speaking, there is not a massive change when it comes to driver heads. Okay, when you're looking at manufacturers that are progressing really, really quickly from not being a player in the woods market, let's be honest, Mizuno, let's just take them because it's a great example. Their woods were shockingly useless at one point, many years ago, and so they've spent so much money trying to get their woods up to a certain point. So yes, you are going to get a jump between heads. Yeah, you're going to get that. When it comes to the likes of the guys that have already been up there and have been up there for some time, the difference between really one model is not going to be a lot. And I would argue more than anything else that well, you said there, Nick, you got a Cobra Aerojet Max 10.5 degree reg shaft. Was that down to 9 degrees as well? So if your Cobra LTDX 10.5 head was reduced to 9 degrees with a regular shaft, cool. You could actually go get that regular shaft and stick it straight into the new Cobra Aerojet Max at 10.5 degrees. But did you drop that down to 9 degrees as well to marry what you did or have done with your LTDX? Because if you didn't, D-plane alone will mean that your 10.5 head, your new 10.5 head at 10.5, it will be better at dispersion or have less tilt axis applied to a golf ball when you don't do your job properly than your 9 degree one. So always compare like for like. But no, I wouldn't bother, personally. Hi Andy, how you doing? Son 16 has recently started playing. Good, he is left-handed, but playing right-handed. Yay! And he will be really happy about that in years to come, I can guarantee. Andy, again, someone suggested he plays right-handed with left-handed grip. Any thoughts? You can do it. I wouldn't suggest it. I'm not saying not to, absolutely not saying not to, but it's an interesting grip going back to front because your wrists have got to work differently, and there are some very good golfers that do it, but yeah, tuition becomes interesting, I suppose, when you have something quite funky like that. There's good bits, bad bits, but again, there's good bits, bad bits with the correct way grip. So yeah, Fat Shot Golf. My driver swing speed's 85 miles an hour. What numbers should I aim for? Launch, dynamic, loft, spin, etc. So let's just go from a slow swing, 85 miles an hour. Sorry, Fat Shot Golf. 85 miles an hour is classed as a slow driver swing speed. So you want to be launching it fairly high. You don't want to be launching it anything less than 14 degrees, absolutely. If you can get it 15 degrees, brilliant. If you can probably get it 16 degrees, 85 miles an hour, I'm not going to be unhappy. Depending on what ground conditions you play on when it comes to your normal golf course, that will depict what kind of land angles we're looking for, but carry is king. And so if you can get something around about 15 degrees, 15.5 degrees as a norm, and then spinning around about the 2.4, something like that, just be very wary of spinning it too low, because especially at your speed, if you don't have enough spin on the golf ball, that can effectively basically just make the golf ball fall out of the sky prematurely anyway. So I always try and have a spin profile when you're fitting a driver. Don't go for your absolute baseline perfect spin. Why? Because when you misstrike it, and especially if you misstrike it slightly high toe or something like that, you'll reduce the spin through gearing, and actually the ball will then have too little spin and fall out the air. What you want is your baseline spin profile to be slightly too high. So when you do hit it slightly high in the face of slightly high toe, it reduces your spin profile slightly. You also get a little bit of higher launch and also lower spin, and actually you get your longest hits. And then your lower on the face will be slightly lower launch and slightly more higher spinning, but they'll be straight and you won't get in trouble. So yeah, that's the best way to balance a miss when it comes to your fitted baseline. Christopher Gago, Day Quill. Okay, I'm lost. I'll have to go up and see what. I don't know, I've lost on that one. Day Quill. Is that a Google moment? Possibly. Lucky Harry. Are you feeling lucky, Harry? Feeling lucky? Yeah. Clint Eastwood thing. Do you recommend de-lofting the Mizuno JPX 9234s a couple of degrees for a mid-handicapper who aren't comfortable playing the tours? De-lofting, as in taking loft off. Well, they've already got 30 degrees on them. Do you want to take more off it, or adding loft to it? Because if you're going to go, lucky Harry, add in some information down the bottom. Quite happy to. Your YouTube drink looks like Dayquil, the cold medicine. Ah, so I don't know, Chris. I don't know what that is. I haven't got a clue, but it's not. But there are people who know what Dayquil is. This English guy down the lens has not got a clue what that is, but it does look like that colour. Right. Chase Wood, I just ordered an S23 from PGA Tour Superstore and they sent me the wrong shaft and grip and the finish was messy. Sad days. Send it back. There you go. Send it back. You should. I mean, it's bad. QC is an easy thing. Now, obviously, there's certain things can happen, damage in transit. I get it, but there's certain things that should never get wrong. Things like, I can understand. Okay, put it this way. People make mistakes. They do. When you're doing custom fittings and stuff like that, people make mistakes. Adding loft. Okay, Harry, I just saw that one come through. I'll get to it in a sec. When it comes to doing such things as that, I would say, if it comes through from Mizuno, from a custom fit, they make a mistake. Let's just say they made a mistake and the QC didn't pick it up. When you get to the retail environment, the first thing I do when I received a parcel from Ping, Callaway, Mizuno, doesn't matter, you'd open it up and check the specification against what you've got and against what you ordered. That's your 3-step check. And then what you do is you go give the customer their great news, that the fact that they've got this new thing. You don't tell the customer straight away, because if you've got something wrong, the first thing you do is you pick up the phone, and not the email, you pick up the phone and ring Mizuno, ring Ping, ring whoever, and say, look, you bunch of idiots, muppets, you need to be fixing this and fix it quick. What's the earliest you can get it here? Get all the information first, then go talk to the customer, and then you can give them what's happened, why it's happened, and the resolution to it, and at the time frame they're thinking. The fact they've just, oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I could be on all day. Mr. Mumble, got driver fitting with Ventus Blue TR shaft, had a super tough time deciding between TSR2 and ST230. Went with the ST230 because of a review, thanks. Don't thank me, because if it doesn't work for whatever reason, now it's my fault. No, both of them are very, very good drivers. You've not made a bad choice either or. Neither one is better than the other. They're not. It's all down to the fit, and it's all down to how you use them. If you don't get on with the TSR2, so if you bought the TSR2 over the STZ230, you would be wrong. And if you didn't get on well with it, I wouldn't turn around and say, well, you should have bought the STZ230. I would say they're both very, very, very good drivers, and if you're not quite getting on with it, there's a physical reason for that in your swing. Let's look at your swing first of all, see how it works and how it's working with the TSR2 before you even think about swapping that one for, yeah. So I hope you enjoy it and have fun using it. Mr. Mumble again, oh, so your tip last week to work on pass saved me from embarrassing myself at fitting at TXG. Oh, Mr. Mumble, you're going to have to say on that. Go on, quick, get typing down there. What did I say? I can't remember now. Jorge, hello. Is it Jorge? Have I got it right? Because I look at that and George, but is it Jorge Morales? I'm learning. What is better play? Another one I'm going to say. Yeah, what is better play? 3-wood lofted up or 3-wood lofted down if you want to use 3-wood length shaft? Depending, obviously, remember depending what kind of golf club you're using with that adapter shaft in it. If you change certain adapter shafts when you're changing loft, it also changes face angle, so it kind of twists on some of them as you add loft. Like that, yeah, it also twists it towards the left, so from a right-handed perspective, slightly draw bias. And then also, as you take loft off, as you reduce the loft, it also makes it slightly fade bias. So depending on what kind of loft adapter you've got, it will make differences. I've always liked the fact of lofting up as much things as I can do, because generally speaking, when it comes to my longer shaft stuff, I always have a tendency to want to move my longer shafted stuff, no different to a 6.5 iron, hybrids and stuff like that, move it slightly up to the right. So if I can go for a golf where I can add loft to it, and that just keeps it straight. It hits it higher, all that lot, makes it more functional, win, win, win. You've got to build your custom fit around the individual's golfer's requirements. Christopher Gagg, your YouTube drink, oh yeah, sorry, got that one. Dave Divine, any chance you testing the Paradigm Forward, the 3HL? If you haven't already, love the channel, by the way. Now, I did have it. I'm pretty certain I had my massive box of bits and pieces from Callaway. Okay, Dave, I'll be honest. I'll be blatantly honest when it comes to this. Is that it was important for me to do the Paradigm stuff, the iron and the drivers, absolutely. Now, I had the hybrids and I also had the woods, the fairway woods as well. However, why didn't I test it all? Well, I've only got a certain amount of time, and being absolutely honest, when it comes to viewership, I get more views from certain ones than I do other ones. Now, that's not saying that I only concentrate on stuff I get views from, because if you look at my channel, I've got a variation of views. But if I'm going to spend time doing certain things, I do need to make sure I spend time on certain things which are worthwhile doing. And yes, okay, when it comes to the argument that it won't worth doing unless you do more of it. And that's very, very true. But yeah, it's a multifaceted problem when it comes to YouTube. But yeah, it's going well anyway. So yeah, you never know, I might see if I can get them back again, and if I've got a spare time, I will then, yeah, quite happily do it. So, where are we now? Sorry, I'm adding loft, yeah, so adding loft, Lucky Harry. So, if you're gonna add loft to, you're gonna add bounce, and also you're gonna make it look more like a tour when it comes to the offset. Now remember, when it comes to adding loft or changing loft on a Mizuno, if you're also going to need to change lie as well, you compromise the amount of lie which you can have. If you change, I think it's something like 3 degrees, you can move ahead by 3 degrees. That's 2 degrees in loft and 1 degree in lie, or 2 degrees in lie and 1 degree in loft, or something like that. So just be wary when you're trying to bend things around, what your abilities to be able to bend it are when it comes to its limits, its thresholds. But is it a bad idea? No, not at all. The only thing is you've got to make sure, obviously, when you're bending things around to start with, is that you keep checking on there constantly, because if not, golf clubs bend, especially if you play off hard surfaces or practice off mats a lot. your golf clubs will bend and move. So just make sure every 6 months or so, you just get them checked, just see what the lofts and lies are. Ian, what's the difference between a 9-degree headed loft to a 10 and a 10.5 degree head lofted to a 10 on the driver, say ping G425? What's the difference between a 9-degree head lofted to a 10, so add 1 degree, yeah, which it won't do on a 425, no, that's right, it won't do that. It will go, no, it will do 1 and 1.5, and you got one before that was 0.6 and 1. Yeah, so, and a 10.5 degree headed to a, well, it won't go that way. So a 10.5 degree headed loft will go down to a 9, it won't, to a 9.5, it won't go to a 10. The old one, a 10.5 degree head, would then go down to 9.9 on the old adapter. But basically, without getting very, very picky about things, Ian, what effectively happens is, especially with a ping, because a ping is an offset camber shaft adapter, is that every single time you move the loft and stuff like that, it will make the face twist, which is a brilliant tool. Callaway are great, and Titleist are brilliant when it also comes to their shaft adapters. They are great, they are. However, it takes away a certain level of fun when it comes to being involved in custom fitting. It makes your brain work more, and you can really dial people's flight in when it comes to doing similar things like that, when it comes to bending different heads around and stuff, knowing how you want to get a loft, but you also using this head, because if you bend it in that way, then it also correct the flight for the client and stuff like that. Yeah, so it just moves the one to slightly draw bias, one to slightly fade bias. But yeah, I just noticed that Mr. Mumble has sent $10. Thank you very much. was that sorry, I just noticed here, I was hitting it 6 degrees up. Oh yeah, and 6 degrees into out, and you said to work on club par first, and at the fitting I was 2 degrees into out and 4 up. Had a lovely draw. Now, this is the thing, I suppose we're talking about lessons. Now, I cannot tell you what you should do, because I don't know necessarily what you are doing. However, you've given me information there which I can surmise how you must be swinging, and so then I can give you certain information as advice to sort of work on and to get better in a certain way. When it comes to the more much more complicated, much more complex swing dynamics, yeah, you can't watch someone on YouTube and get PGA Tour swing from that. Coaching and most tuition has to be done face to face, or I mean it can be done online, but it needs to be done with certain aspects involved when it comes to being able to understand what the golfer is doing. So yeah, glad it was all good, and thank you very, very much for the donation. It's very, very kind of you. Every single person that donates is very, very kind. It's very, very well appreciated as well. It really, really is. Right, where we go, Goldfish. Ice cream out in Northern Lakes last year was May 10th. Ice cream. I had an ice cream yesterday. I had a Mr. Whippy. Anyone know what a Mr. Whippy is when it comes to any Americans or anything else like that other than UK people? I don't know if they've got Mr. Whippies in anywhere else in the world other than UK, but they're lovely, they're great. Best ice cream ever. With a flake. Although my little 3-year-old ate the flake. No, not all of it, because yeah, I mean, God. She loved that. Like hum, no, lick it, Grace, lick it, hum. Right, what am I doing? Home for you. Yes, that was 78 degrees. I have 78 degrees, yeah, I had 98 miles an hour plus driver speed, and have ping tour reg in G400 max. Kill it at times, but also smoother hook too. Buddy thinks I need stiff. Would that straighten out? No. If you're talking hook, no. That's not shaft driven. When you're talking about a small change of flight, yeah, that can help. Shaft can change a small change of flight. You are not going to fix a hook in the difference between a ping tour reg and a ping tour stiff. Even if you went full on, like extra stiff aftermarket, you wouldn't fix a hook in a shaft. Goldfish, what? Ewer Hone of Germany was able to, oh, sorry. Yeah, that's the name. Was able to throw the javelin 104 meters in 84. 104 meters. Wowzers, that's impressive. Jerry Leclerc. What a name. Like Leclerc. Ferrari. Hi Jay, what is your take on stack and tilt? And if you like it for irons, do you stack and tilt for driver too? Do you like it for stack and drive? It's a valid form of teaching. Many different things. I'm gonna stop quickly. I've just noticed Niels has just sent a donation through. Thank you very much, Niels. It is so much very appreciated. Really is, Niels. It really is. Make New Wife Happy Fund, although this type of fund will always be lacking funds. You're right, it will. Although my wife, she's amazingly good. She really is. She is the most understanding, appreciative, and kind-hearted woman I've ever met. I could not hope to have met and have married a more understanding and kind individual that she is. And yeah, Lao's. The amount of time I spend doing this, and for, let's face it, until YouTube starts going full out and like that, not for a crazy amount of money either. So when it comes to people donating, it really is appreciated, and it's very kind of you. Thank you very much. But no, she's amazing, and thank you very much to her to allow me to continue doing this. But yeah, thanks Niels for that, really much appreciated. So where I was going, we got past the javelin. Couldn't believe that. The stack and tilt, yeah. So basically the stack and tilt, it's fine. Do I like it or do I dislike it? I've got no. If it works for an individual, brilliant. If it doesn't work for an individual, there's other ways of swinging a golf club that do. There's so many different ways that are some interesting swings that are coming out of Asia at the moment. There is so many different things that are going on when it comes to golf. I mean, what's that guy, the black guy, the happy, what's it, you know, he does it with one hand. I mean, I wouldn't say that that's probably like the way forward in life, but I think just by the human beings are amazing at being able to do what they do at the ability level they do it. So yeah. Goldfish, dimples on javelin are not allowed. I could not find any numbers on dimple testing. Too many posts on javelin missiles. Yeah, I'm pretty certain they did do something with dimples. Although saying that, if that's the case, if a golf ball makes, or dimples make a golf ball fly through the air, obviously the way it does. So the golf balls the dimples on a golf ball make the golf ball fly twice as far as it would do if it didn't have dimples. So obviously there is an aerodynamic property which makes a huge difference. Now, the interesting thing is how much difference will those dimples make from Uber one design to the Uber the other way to see what the differences in flight are. So yeah, I never did actually get into the answer of that because, well, yeah. If that's the case, if you got your car and put loads and loads of dents in it, if you got your hammer and just smacked loads and loads of dents in it, would it slip through the air quicker? I don't suggest anyone do that, by the way. That's just a joke. Chase Wood, how has the average swing weight changed over the years? It's changed, got lighter, if anything, with the understanding that with a lot of people, swing weight does make a difference in swing speed. If you can design your new set of irons with a slightly lighter swing weight and you can get someone to swing it faster because it's physically lighter, then effectively you're gaining distance through gaining head speed. And if you're then going up against what you had before, which is different, and you're gaining speed and gaining distance, people are going, these new irons are amazing. Well, they might well be, but let's just not completely forget about the fact that you're swinging at 3 miles an hour faster this time. So yeah, everything has to be open and honest when it comes to any form of testing. Right, what we done? Yes, ahoy, same like George, same George. Oh, so yes, George, same like George. Sorry. Thanks to using thanks on using G430. Good club, very good club. Right, where are we going? Sean Majorum. A club fitting should also be a lesson. You shouldn't ingrain faults. This is true, Sean. 100% agree. So a lot of people disagree with me on this, and I don't understand why. When it comes to a lesson is a fit and a fit is a lesson. You should understand from all different, doesn't matter if you're going in for a custom fit, you should learn about what your swing mechanics are. you're getting a new set of irons. Why do I need these new set of irons? I've got them set up like this. Your driver is set up like this. Why do I need to do that? You need this type of shaft. Why do you need to do that? If you're learning about your equipment and why you need your equipment, you're actually learning about your own swing. So Sean, absolutely, you are 100% right there, that every fitting should also be a lesson. This is an educational moment, that this two-way communication, there is constant learning. Yeah, Niels, I'll say thank you again. And YouTube drink. You're sitting there listening. I'm sitting here talking, so I do need YouTube drinks. Chris again. Favorite F1 driver and or team? Oh, okay, right. So I am going to say Lewis Hamilton because, well, he's English. So I'm being patriotic. There you go. But who's my favourite? I'm not a great Verstappen fan, I'll be honest, and it's not necessarily his fault. Not all of it wasn't his fault. What happened, not last year, year before, was painful, which should never have happened. Absolutely, the rules were twisted and manufactured. I definitely agree with Lewis on that one. And I think that the result should have been different, and it would have been different if the regulations weren't adjusted to suit the spectacle. Then it would have absolutely finished completely differently, and it should have done if it was gone by the rules. But again, we could be digressing on a completely different subject. But favourite F1 driver, I haven't really got a favourite as such. Obviously, I've got people that I probably support more, but I like Mercedes. Excuse me, I like the struggle they're going through at the moment from a point of view of them developing and not just being the top team. Class Grooves, I've just noticed you've just donated as well. Thank you very much, $1.49. Very much appreciated, really is. Thank you. But yeah, I haven't really got. But Alex, hope you're well. Callaway Rogue ST has a Max LS driver model, but there isn't an equivalent Paradigm model. Is regular Paradigm spin profile that much better relative to Rogue ST Max? Well, remember, so you have to remember this one, Alex, that they are both running side by side. There's a reason why there is not one there, is because it already would then take over the point of where the Rogue ST range has. So if you imagine, so the vast majority of golfers now can be fit within Paradigm, but because of the Callaway, the Rogue side, which is still within their lineup, that is there specifically to pick up all the other ones that aren't. And so there's no point for them to make a Paradigm model that would fit a relatively small group of people, which they've already still got within the Rogue. So that's basically why they do it. Chris, last one for me. You can do as many as you want, it's fine. Does a heavier shaft tend to lessen a steep swing? A heavier shaft can very much so make people aware of what their angles are because of the weight. When you're dealing with a very, very light shaft, you tell the shaft what to do, effectively, because it's so light. And that may mean you can deflect it more, that means you move it through the air faster, whatever it be. But when you've got a heavy, it's like no different to if you were to swing a sledgehammer. If you go next time, don't injure yourself, you go swing either, put 3 golf clubs together and you swing them, yeah? You are very much so aware of what the weight is doing in the swing. So my advice would be, when it comes to people that have problems with doing things like this, just put 2 golf clubs together, 3 golf clubs together, and swing them. And don't go at it full chaff, but just swing smoothly to start with, and just feel the weight. And it's the weight is going to flow through the swing. That's going to allow you the swing to flow, because when you start putting that much weight in your hands, you are not telling that what to do. The weight is having an effect, and that will have an effect on controlling the angles somewhat. But that'll make you more aware. So can it? Definitely. Obviously we're talking iron shafts. There's only a limit as to how heavy they get, but it can make a big difference. Right. Class, I've recently bought I-230 irons. You suggested bending blending, sorry, forgiving irons in the long end. I was thinking about getting some G400s to bend, but I seem to be hitting the long I230s 4 to 5 okay. You could also go I525. They're the closest one when it comes to technology within the head and the looks. Definitely, you go to a G400, I mean, that is an aggressive look difference straight away. So you want something that transitions quite well, but also then you don't have this huge going to something different. I525 has got more help. It will hit the golf ball higher, like for like, than the I230, especially when you're talking 4 and 5. And that's possibly the way I would go. Remember, the G400s and I525 lofts are very, very similar. Nadler, hi Jay, the dimple depth is what gives the ball their characteristics according to a science paper I've seen. It's very interesting because obviously it's not just dimple depth they're saying, as also is the amount of dimples they've got on there and the pattern of which. So with the dimples, as they create little micro vortices around, and it creates that boundary layer around the golf ball. It's interesting, it really, but you are right, absolutely. So you change the dimple depth by a small amount, relatively small amount, tiny amount, and it makes a huge difference to the characteristics of a golf ball within what the characteristics of a golf ball can be affected by. So we're not saying that you make a small difference by 0.01 of an inch and instantly it's grown 50 yards higher in the air. We're not talking. The interesting thing is I still cannot find anyone that will put out there exactly what the differences are between the, say, a same golf ball, exactly the same construction of golf ball, but different dimple pattern extremes. Extreme playing one and extreme playing the other, whatever the differences are, and what the differences within flight are within those. I still have not found anyone who can give me that information, which is what I want, because of how the quad reads. Obviously the quad can't read aerodynamic dimple pattern effects. Right, class quiz. Do you think hitting players long irons is better for improvement than hitting game improvement irons? I do believe that hitting players irons, not necessarily in the long irons, because long irons are blooming difficult regardless of if you're using a game improvement 4-iron or a 4-iron when it comes to a player's, although generally speaking a player's 4-iron's got more loft, so D-plane's on your side on that one. I definitely do think that using a bladed 7-iron or something is advantage definitely for people to learn how to strike a golf ball, because one thing you do get from a blade is feedback where you hit it to your when it comes to your poor old phalanges on a cold morning. But yeah, handy. Golfers, YouTuber the mobile club fitter tried to explain to me that when changing a driver loft, it won't change it open or close because the player will address the ball with a square face. Okay, right. So, he's not right and he's not wrong. So effectively, if you were to change a ping or change anything with an offset camber loft sleeve, it will make the face look left and makes the face look left, draw or fade, so biased in that sense when you change loft. Add loft, draw, take loft away, fade, that kind of idea. But that is relative because of how you grip it. But then if you grip it and then you counteract to a certain extent a little bit of what you've just changed on the driver. So this is all done on the basis of when you do the adjustment, you lay the golf club on the floor and then you just let it settle and it will sit there doing a certain thing and you'll see a difference there. Obviously if you grip it and do your own thing, then you compromise to a certain amount, whether you push the handle forward, which then on a slightly draw bias one from adding loft, you can push the handle forward and set it up with the handle slightly forward, which then makes it effectively straighter anyway. There's so many things you can do. So he's not necessarily right and he's also not necessarily wrong, but it all depends on what the golfer does with the club. It's not a simple you will or it won't. We're talking individual, talking humans. So many different people do so many different things. Golfers, stack and tilt or Mo Norman single planes. For me, Mo Norman single plane. Less things to go wrong. I'm not a great fan of complex swings. I'm not a great fan of compensatory moves. I am very much so a fan of, look, if you do something, just make it have as less moving parts. Now, if you if you're fortunate, you haven't got a day job and your family allow you to do whatever you want and you can spend 8 hours a day practicing golf, have whatever golf swing you want, because there's plenty of people on golf, on tours, that play golf on tours that, even like Matty Wolf, I mean, there are some swings out there that you would never teach. However, they work. And if they work, why would you ever say that's wrong? So effectively what I'm saying is that yes, there are trends when it comes to coaching, but I'm always a fan, absolutely always a fan of keeping it simple, because there's less things to go wrong when you keep it simple, especially when you've only got twice a week to practice, once a week to practice, once every 2 weeks to practice. Yeah. Right. Chris is back. So cheers, Jay. Glad I finally got to catch one of these live streams. You're more than welcome. It's been lovely having you on here, Chris. I will literally just pop on here very quickly. Thank you very much for your donation. I'm looking at here. I've got Forrest Jenkins donated £20. Thank you very much, Forrest. Don Geek €5.99. Thank you very much for that. Chris, $4.99. Thank you very much. And Golfman Jim also. That's very, very kind. Mr. Mumble, $10. Thank you very, very kindly. And Niels, that's Danish drachma or Danish kroner. Danish kroner, isn't it? That's it. 50 of them, whatever they are. Haven't got a clue what the exchange rate of that is, but appreciate it really very much. And class screws, $1.49, and with some love hearts. Why not? Where's my, there we go. Am I on the wrong one? Oh, there we go. Better one now. So, let's get back onto the questions. Golfie, my car is loaded with major dents from gorilla hail. It does draw attention. Oh, send me a picture of that. I always like a giggle. Yeah, I've seen some of the things on YouTube when you have that, like horrendous hailstorms that come down like that. And you think, wow, poor houses. Chase Wood, man, all the push for distance is overrated. Golf is still an accuracy sport. Yes, it is. And so I would like manufacturers, all manufacturers, just listen to what I'm about to say now and just take it on board and just do what you want with it. Just throw it in the bin possibly, but if not, listen to me and think this. We need a complete change away from the understanding of they are not game improvement irons. Most irons now there are game improvement irons, definitely, but there is so much now is done on distance based. They're distance irons. They're not game improvement. They're distance irons, with the realm of forgiveness built into them. Now, the difference you see, like with the Hot Metal High Launch against the Hot Metal, the Hot Metal. Even the Hot Metal Pro are still what I call distance irons. They are still cranked, they've got uber low CG, and they will make the golf ball go a long way. But remember guys, when people say about cranked irons, whether it be G430, whether it be anyone, doesn't matter, and they've got ridiculous, well, they may have got very, very strong, but as the design of golf clubs have changed, they're now for a different type of individual. So where before, where you didn't have these hugely cranked, changed design to take advantage of the crank lofts, much lower further back CGs, much more encouraged launch and stuff like that, you had much more traditional lofts. So the fast player, the player with speed, would use their normal 4-degree increments or decrement lofts between each golf club at the speed they've got it, and they'd have their normal 12-yard or so, 10 to 12-yard distance gaps. Well, if you had the same golf clubs, because there wasn't this huge massive range of lofts that there are necessarily now, that you've got the golfer that doesn't swing as fast, unfortunately they're in a situation where they've only got 5 or 6 yards between each golf club. Well, nowadays you can have a slower swinger get back their 12 yards gap distance, or 10 or 12 yards distance gap between irons, because of the now bigger gaps and the separated gaps between distance irons. And so that's why people need to be, I really wish that we changed our perception and understanding of how irons and what irons are designed for what. I do some testing with some game improvement irons, like the JPX 923 Hot Metal, a perfect example, 28.5° 7 irons. They are not made for me. And so when I hit them, yes, they are going to go 190 yards carry, but they're not designed for someone who swings the golf at the speed I do. That's why I do quite a lot of the stuff I do at a slower swing speed as well. That is not easy, by the way. If you want to know how long it takes to do so, it takes a long while to work on getting your swing right at different speeds. Yeah. It's all for YouTube though, all for the benefit of YouTube. Right. Sean, a 7-wood is the future. Why would anyone carry a 3-wood unless you have plus 110 driver speed? I'm comfortable 105, and a 7-wood from 200 out is a game changer. Absolutely right, Sean. That's twice now you've been bang on. YouTube drink. There you go. You're right, absolutely bang on. Couldn't be more right if you tried on that. So my 3-wood is around about 107, 108. Now, I up my loft of my 3-wood to as high as it goes, something like 17 degrees or so. Because of the very thing, even at 108 miles an hour, I don't produce enough height to get it to a point of where I'm comfortable at 15 degrees stopping it on a green. I have to then loft it up to 17 to get it to stop where I am comfortable at. And so if I'm doing it at my speed, how many people that swing distinctly slower than me haven't even got their 3-wood lofted up, let alone even having like things like 7-woods in their bag? But yeah, you're right. Golf Addict, hi Jay, damn I'm late. Hope it all is well. All is really well, actually. Yeah, we've been talking about different things, talking about like honeymoons and stuff like that I've got to look forward to, which is good because that'll be less than 2 months' time now. Only just booked it. Oh, I'm so busy, and that's the problem. But yeah, so that's got something to look forward to. Home for ya, you're back again. Good, you're still with us. Brilliant. You think having same bounce in all wedges like 10 is better for mid-handicapper, or better to have? Okay, right, this is a really good one. Excuse me, YouTube wind. I tell you what. Ooh, I'm pressing buttons. Sorry if I'm pressing buttons. Where are we going? Where are we going? There we go. Right, so let's just go have a quick look at here. And so, here we go. I'll flick over. Oh my word, I've been sitting in this chair too long. Oh my word, where should I move the chair? Does it make a difference? Yeah, we'll move the chair over there. That's fine, you can still see. Oh, I have been, yeah. Wedge, there you go. Right, come here, Wedge. How would I do wedges? And this is how I've done for quite a while. So it's when we're talking individuals, I've got my TV up here so I can actually read people what they're saying. Hello. Have a drink on me, cheers, Golf Addict. Thank you very much. I've just noticed that. Thank you. Right, so wedges. Now, if you are rich, let's just imagine you're rich, and if you are rich, you can afford many sets of these because we don't just have bounces and stuff just because they marry with the pitching wedge and stuff like that. We have bounces at different amounts to interact with the ground on different ground conditions. So generally speaking, higher bounce off soft, very soft conditions, and then if you're playing rock hard golf courses, a lower bounce option will work. Why? Because obviously the more bounce you have, the higher the leading edge. So we go to that one here. Don't know if you can see it. There you go. So the more you have bounce wise, you can see how that bounce goes like that, yeah, and the more loft you have, the bigger that bounce gets. And of course you do that, obviously the leading edge is higher. So if you're playing a golf course which is like this, really, really tight lies, when I put this down by the golf ball, the leading edge is slightly raised. Now of course, I've got divot mat and stuff like that, that's not going to be a problem. But when you're playing rock hard golf courses, yeah, you've got to be conscious of bounce and stuff like that. So if you're really rich, you've got multiple sets of wedges because depending on when you're going to play, that's not going to happen. So what do I do when it comes to the vast majority of golfers? The vast majority of golfers I have fit this way, and if whether it be right or wrong, you put in the comments, you say what you think. I like to see some versatility within a wedge setup. So if I'm asking the golfer, what is your longest, most lofted wedge? What do you want it? And they'll say a 58 or a 60 degree. Absolutely fine, no problem. And what do you use when it comes to bunkers? Well, I use this, this, this. Cool, right. So I suggest to do this going forward. Your 54, say your 58 is your lob wedge. Your 54, we're going to be putting loads and loads of bounce. And then when you're 58, we'll put in a moderate amount of bounce, whether 8 degrees, 10 degrees, or whatever it be, and then have, say, 8 degrees on the 58, and then 14 on the 54. And by doing such, you've got this. When it comes to playing, you know, when you're in the bunker and you get your feet in like this, and you get those ones where you're doing all this, and then you seem to be doing this forever, and then you're kind of like quicksand, and there's so much sand in it, you're up to your quads by the time you're actually getting down to the subsurface. Well, when you've got that much sand, trying to get a low bounce golf club to actually hit and actually hit like a proper bunker shot, with that much sand with a low bounce wedge, you're just going to dig sand forever. So having the 54 with a high bounce already, and then opening that up, then remember what you were just saying just then, the more you open up, the more bounce you have. You can then, even with those really like puffy, really deep sand, you can get that interaction with the sand that you want, yeah? When it comes conversely, absolutely the other way round, and we're talking about, you know, that sand, you get in the bunkers and you start moving your feet, and as soon as you move your feet, you're down to the subsurface straight away. It's like rock hard. Well, there you don't want bounce. And so by that point, what you need to do is go get your 58 with not a lot of bounce. That 58 has already got enough loft, whether it be 58 or 60 degrees, and then you can just, you don't have to then twist the face open by much already, because you've already got 60 degrees of loft on it, and then you can play it much more like a normal shot. Go that way. Tell you what, let's do that again for a bit of fun. So, when we're talking about like normal bunker shots, you can try and get that one. You do that with loads of bounce like this has got, you're going to hit the ground and bounce into it. You go to something like, I've got my copper one in there, hitting shots with low bounce to it, you can actually get underneath the golf ball, like that. But you can only do that when you've got the right setup. Anyway, let's go back and do that. Whoa. Flick over. Ta-da! There we go. Oh, how long have I been sitting on my backside for? I'll tell you what, my YouTube stream will tell me. No, it won't. 2 hours? 2 hours already. Wow. Right. Hope you could hear, by the way, as I was doing that. Right, let's go back to where I was. I shortened my Stealth 2 5 wood down to a 7 wood length. Thought best of both worlds. Yeah, definitely. Not bad whatsoever. That's a really, really, really good idea. Too many people play with shafts which are way too long. Way too long. Right. GolfNut. I ordered a 3 wood on the Stealth 2 HD and the 5 wood HD. I guess I do not need a 7 wood. I wouldn't say no. I'll be honest, I wouldn't say no when it comes to that. When it comes to 7 woods are a unique tool because they can be an immense tool off the fairway, and depending on the sole design can be really good at a rough. It also can't be because you've got to be careful of the dished soles and flat soles depending on which one you are. So you've got to make sure you get your custom fit setup, your setup or whatever it is, based on what you need, where you play a lot of the time and stuff like that. So it is important that you get the right setup for what you need it for. Don't just buy something that you think, oh yeah, I've seen the pros have that. Nope. No, not whatsoever. Right, next one, Neil's, testing at human speeds is highly appreciated. Yes, I try it. So there's a certain amount of time I have to take to get used to the synchronization of the body motion and getting the strike right and stuff like that, and then you data test and you've got it and you're fine, but then you move the speed a little bit and it does take a little while to get used to it. But I mean, the more you do it, the more you can get used to doing it. George, I want to replace my 4-iron shaft to get more height and distance. Actually use Project X LS 120 stiff in my set. Thinking graphite for this iron set. Any recommendations? You could go to an AMT shaft, something like that. The good thing with an AMT setup is the fact obviously you've got ascending weight, AWT, sorry, you've got ascending weight technology. So you can go like Ping do it, Dynamic Gold have them anyway, and you've got that option of changing like from a lighter into like the long irons and then back down to heavy when it comes to your pitching wedge. That's always a very keen idea if you're looking for that kind of idea. Ed Sauce, please, if I were to have one sand wedge, what angle is best and why? Oh, if you were to have one sand wedge, pitching wedge at 45, I'm guessing, yeah? 54. Really good point with the wedge setup, thanks. No worries, appreciate that one. Yeah, agreed. Here we go. Home for you, $5. Thank you very much. Just seen that one. I've just been reading other bits and pieces and I've just noticed that one come through. Thank you. Got to buy a cup of Joe for that wedge answer. Cheers. No, you're more than welcome. YouTube drink. Any other ones you'd like me to answer while I'm doing it? Because I think I've now got to the end. Sean, are you going to go for this 3 for 3? Yeah, that 3 for 3. You do a fantastic job educating people. Advice, the 7 wood. Ping G430 is fantastic because you can flatten the lie. You can. And so, bear with. Oh. Where are you? Where is it? Oh. See, you always lose. I always lose stuff. I got a ping 7 wood round here somewhere, and I was just about to do the exact same thing. I can't find it. I can't find it. I was going to go and take it off because you're right, on the loft adapter, you've got the flat settings, and that is an absolute dream when it comes to custom fitting, because you've got that option of being able to turn it off, take it out, turn it round, literally 180 degrees. That's your flat settings. You can move it at loft as well, and also has a slight compromise to the flatness when you change the loft fractionally. But yeah, you can, I think 3 degrees or so that you can move it down. And okay, so when it comes to say Mizuno's, they've always had they're on the flat setting, and you can always make them more upright. With a ping, they're already on the upright settings, and then you can move them flatter. But generally speaking, when you're talking about the general average golfer with their problem with moving the golf ball in the unwanted slicing curvature or heavy fade, having a slightly too upright golf club will always make the curvature cancel. That's why golfers, or golf clubs, sorry, have always now starting to migrate to much more upright, because of that fact, trying to disguise the fact that people are still as bad as they were before, but just now got equipment which just disguises it more. Oh. Neil's you. Where is it? There you go. Neil's literally just sent me an email about my storage solution. I have it in RAID 5 already. That's, yeah. RAID 5 and effective use of discs like you touched upon last. Oh yeah, again, that's what you. Yeah, we do need to set up an offer of a video or voice discussion, mate. It's just purely because I'm interested in the fact that I've got 24 terabytes in there, and it says I've got about 15. How does that work? Bet it doesn't matter. There you go. So, Sean, I try as best I can do when it comes to educating everybody. I'm not saying I'm right, and I'm not saying I'm wrong. I've just got an opinion which is sciencey based, and so I look at logic. And on all the things that I've done when it comes to golf, when it comes to teaching, when it comes to custom fitting, I've always done it from the point of view of trying to get to the end goal, the destination, whatever you want to call it, in the simplest and quickest way. I've never been a fan for trying to like draw out things just on the basis. I'm really quite passionate about an individual learning as fast as they possibly can do. It makes it cheaper for them as well, to be fair, because lessons aren't necessarily the cheapest things in the world. Chase, any utility iron recommendations? 94 miles an hour, 7 iron swing speed. Woof. Yeah, so you're on top end of me. That sounds wrong. Right. Okay, so you can go utility iron. So we're talking like a driving iron as such, or is that what you mean there, as in a driving iron, something like that? Then, 94, yeah. What do you want it for? So yeah, what do you want it for, and what are your expectations when you hit it? What is it going to do? And I can then answer it a little bit better. GolfNut, I've had 8 pairs of golf shoes and just ordered 3 more pairs. I have an addiction. Anyone else out there with the same addiction? Hang on. Yes, me. Top left-hand side, or sorry, top right-hand side window, but the left hand of that. So I've got my bags and bits and pieces. I've got full. I need some more bags. Got too many Yeah, and I've got my display of golf clubs, and I've also got my shoes. There you go. So you haven't got an addiction, you haven't got a problem, you haven't got no problem whatsoever, or at least that's what I keep on telling myself. So in that sense, no, golf addict, you're fine. And there's no such thing as being addicted to golf. There's no such thing as buying too much stuff. There's no such thing as having too many of anything. It's a very, you could be worse. You could be addicted to drugs. Now you could say golf is a drug in itself, but you're addicted to drugs, that's a very bad thing. Addicted to golf, only good things can come of it, like displays of how many pairs of shoes you've got and stuff like that. So good on you. I'm for you. I'm a ping homie since I live near Phoenix, yeah, and I can flatten all woods to help dial down my miss hooks. Is it time to give my G400 Max for the nude? No. G400 Max was single-handedly possibly the best the best driver that Ping have ever made when it comes to forgiveness. That thing is like swinging a brick wall in the driver way. It's just brilliant. Sean, fantastic job as usual, educational, thanks. You're welcome, no problem whatsoever. Home for you, same here, have basic 3 colours for summer, winter and country club rounds. My missus, my wife, love her as I do, she sees obviously the different stuff that I've got. And she's not a fan of it. She is not a fan of the clothes. She's not a fan of the attire. And she said actually to this, so I can't remember what it was. I think it was when Mizuno, was it a few years ago, they had that forest green, that really weird green, olive green or whatever they want to call it. And I assume my missus that, and she looked at it and she went, do you know what? That's better than contraception. Yep, that's what she said. So I'm only wearing these when it's golf then. Yep. Right, Chase Woods, Just Drive and I can't stand hybrids for some reason. I think at my speed they're a bit too hard to flight down. Dynamic loft. I can flight my hybrids down to about knee high to a grasshopper or a cricket or whatever it is in America. It's just control of dynamic loft. But you're right, generally speaking, absolutely right. Hybrid, because of the design of the head, lower, further back CG, it will encourage an increased launch over a driving iron. What I would suggest, Chase, and I'm not saying you're wrong in what you do at all, what I would suggest actually is that have a lesson or two to understand the application of dynamic loft. Because if you have a hybrid, you have the functionality of a higher flying club. But the sheer fact that you've got the capability of flying it even higher when needed, and then the potential to be able to knock it down when needed because of the control of dynamic loft, you add feathers to your bow, or weapons to your armory, whatever you want to call it, and it is a huge weapon to have when you've got control of dynamic loft. That is that's what I would say to do. Right. Whew. I've caught up. I have caught up. Wowzers. How's it going? So now I haven't stopped talking for the last 2 hours, and I've only now just caught up on the comments. Whew, we come away from live golf a bit, haven't we? It's fine. Goldfish, what if we never play bunkers with fluffy sand or even close? Do you have deep grass and a drop off behind most greens, 60 with 14 bounce to pop it up off the green out of the grass, and a 56 with low bounce? So what you're saying, as in like grass bunkers as such, where the grass is so dense that the ball sits above the floor, so needing a 60 with lots of bounce to stop it digging. Now remember, when it comes to this, bounce only works in that sense when it's resisting against the floor. If it's not resisting against the floor, the bounce isn't doing anything. So if you've got a situation of where the ball is on very tightly packed grass, but obviously nowhere near tightly packed as enough that ground compared to the density of ground to tightly packed grass. I mean, obviously grass has got no density compared to ground. So the bounce, when it touches that, it's got nothing to react and work against. So you could have 50 degrees of bounce on a 60 with the ball in a like very tight packed grass, still make no difference. So he still has to have a ground action there to make that bounce differ. But if you, I mean, that's an interesting one when it comes to deep grass, drop off behind the greens. It's much more learning how to play the shot rather than talking about necessarily the differences in setups when it comes to wedges. Because again, unless you're interacting with the ground, that's why doing stuff in here is so difficult, because stuff in here, the ground, you're so tight on the ground here, doing stuff on grass is always so much better, always so much better. Chase, I've just noticed your wife sounds hilarious. Thanks for the advice. I've never thought about getting a lesson for that. Oh, always. So when it comes to golf lessons do not have to be the standard classic. Learn this, do that, do this, and change your shot shape. There are so many facets within golf that so okay, let me get this one straight. If I had a single figure handicapper come to see me, right, and basically sort of said to want to have a lesson, whatever the lesson will be, doesn't matter. We start off and I get like a picture of what they're saying when it comes to what their golf game's like and all that lot. I turn around and basically sort of say to them, being honest, well, as a 6 handicapper, really, I'll be honest, there's blooming not a lot I can teach you about how to hit a golf ball. You already know how to hit a golf ball. And you already know at 6 handicap or 8 handicap or 4 handicap or whatever it be, you already know how to hit a golf ball pretty darn well. So let's face it, I can't really help you in that. And if you thought you can come into a lesson and have a miraculous change in your strike pattern so it's 0-0 every single time, you're living in the dream world. However, what I can teach you is skill sets. Skill sets at a lowish handicap, as in a single digit handicap, will have much greater effect in popping those mistake bubbles, what you call mistake bubbles anyway, when you've got, obviously when you're a 30 handicapper, when you started and your mistake bubbles are really big, you do this and you do this and that. You can pop one mistake bubble when you're really bad, and you can get loads of shots better really quickly. As you get better, your mistake bubbles get smaller and you have to pop more and more of them as they get smaller to make one shot difference. So, but what I can teach people is skill sets. Learn how to hit a fade, learn how to draw, learn how to control dynamic loft, learn how to control dynamic lie depending on how they are. And so that in essence has a far greater change to their understanding and the application of the golf club when they play golf than anything that you can talk about when it comes to swinging a golf club. Goldfish, low bounce for pitch shots from fairway. Again, if the fairway is not necessarily overly tight, you can get away with quite a decent amount of bounce on a pitching wedge. So again, you can play things so many different ways. You play it from the front foot, you're going to increase bounce. You play it from the back foot, you're going to decrease bounce, and that's relative for all the different options that you've got. So you've got so many. The short game in itself, I'm more of a full swing coach, but when it comes to the short game, the short game is so. It's like an encyclopedia in itself. We talk so much about full swing golf and stuff like that, where not enough respect is given to people that can really teach and apply short game really well. I mean, when I was teaching at Bury Golf Range fairly recently, before it closed, we moved over to the Golfers Lounge and all that lot. One of the pros that was there, Mike, he was exceptionally good, very good with his application of understanding his low point constantly, his application of his loft, how he uses wrist angles for it. He was a very good short game, I wouldn't say specialist, because I don't think even he thought he was a short game specialist, but he was very good with his wedges, and he had a very good way to teach the understanding of bounce and loft and wrist angle delivery. But yeah, GolfNut, your thoughts on the Harry Taylor wedges? Google them, they are supposed to be easy to hit. I will do. I'll tell you what, GolfNut, if you don't mind, oh no, I could be down a rabbit hole if I do that now. Sean, hybrids will go left because we play them like a fairway would. That's why I play a 7 wood. Right, so yeah, hybrids. Hybrids, let's be honest, hybrids should be used differently depending on the golfer. So some golfers obviously have problems with hybrids, whether it be ground interaction, as in low point problems, or a whole manner of different things. But a lot of people play them opposite to what they should. So people are saying, oh, I really struggle with hybrids, or I don't understand. No problem with my fairway woods, or no problem with my irons, I really struggle with these. And then when you look at them and they're playing the hybrids so far up in the stance, like they would do with their 3-wood, and then you see them hitting shots and they're constantly just hitting the ground before the golf ball, and you say to them, well, John, just move the golf ball back 2 balls and see, I'll just move it here and just hit it and just think, it's your 7-iron. And he starts just bang, bang, and then I say, well, it can't be that easy. Yep, it can. In golf is fairly simple when it comes to his understanding of what's going wrong, and if you apply that very simple understanding in a very simple way, you can get a very simple fix very quickly. And it also works the other way around as well. So, Chase Wood, a lot of golf is less than full swing golf. Fortunately for me, I'm only good at full swing golf. Unfortunately for me, I'm only good at full swing golf. No, Chase, do you know what? If you imagine you've got the game of golf being a hugely multifaceted game, there are so many things. It's not just full swing with different things like drivers and irons. Again, a driver and an iron are 2 different swings. So it's not just having 2 different swings on a full swing. You've then obviously got all your short game stuff and the so many different variations of short game stuff, be it pitches and chips, putting, so many different things you've got. Now, they're all different parts of the game which people either find easy or not. So, the best thing you can do is understand with the amount of time that you have to practice, and everyone's got a certain amount of time to practice, be it, an hour a week, 2 hours a week, 5 hours a week, whatever it be, sometimes only once every 2 weeks, whatever, it doesn't matter. Understanding what your skill sets are, understand what your strengths and what your weaknesses within your game. Yeah. Why am I a 12 handicap? Why am I an 18 handicap? Why am I a 22 handicap? Whatever it be. Why am I 4? Understanding that, do you know what? When I stick myself within 90 yards of the green, my short game's shocking, and so I feel much more comfortable at 105 than I do at 75. Why? Because your 105 is your sand wedge full out, or not full out, but your normal swing with a sand wedge, and you're controlled in your normal swing. Your normal swing you've synced up to be your normal way. You can repeated action most of the time. So when then you come to like a 60-yard shot, 75, your brain going, what is that? I don't understand what that is. And so, yeah, generally speaking, do you know what? I'm no different when it comes to playing golf. I rarely leave myself less than 93 yards. I don't. Huge drink. Why? Because if I'm leaving myself less than 93 yards, I'm in the realm of having to use short game. And because I don't get a chance to practice enough, I know already that my short game isn't as good as what it should be. But then again, I don't get a chance to practice. So one thing I can rely on is my full swing shots. So I always plot myself around the golf course knowing full well that I'm leaving myself no less than 93 yards. If I'm 104 yards, doesn't matter, 114, 124, 125, it doesn't matter, or anywhere in between that, it's just that, yeah. So, and then golf is fairly easy because then you're working to your strengths and you're not putting yourself where you're working towards your weaknesses. That's how games of golf should be played when you haven't got all day to practice it. Home for you, 4 index here, struggling with gaps between driver and strong 23°5 iron DCB, 175, currently 4 hybrid 193, 235 and 5 220 wood. Need a 200, 205 for a long par 3, suggestions. What happens when you draw your 4 hybrid? Or what happens when you cut your 5 wood? So when it comes to, with mine, I have gaps and certain gaps in the certain parts of the bag, and so I'm not a great fan of knocking a little bit off a shot when it comes to trying to hit it in between, say, a 7 or a 6. I don't do like grip down or anything else like that. What I'll do is I'll slightly fade one if I want to take a little bit off, or I'll slightly draw one if I want to add a bit more. So if I'm in between golf clubs, I'll just do a draw or a fade depending on obviously which golf club, the higher one or the lower one. Depends on what I'm doing that day and what I feel more comfortable with that day as to which one. And also when it comes to the pin, where the pin is relevant to the shot shape that you're going to play, there's so many different things. But that's what I would possibly do. They're all draws, cuts are like going to okay, so we are talking very much so possibly that if you were to draw your 4 hybrid at 190 yards to get to your 200, 205, you're now talking about a too much of a pronounced flight, and that we may not then stop on the green because of your pronounced flight. That's going to be an interesting one because of your pronounced flight. Because if you've got a shot shape that goes distinctly one way, and I would say trying to work on the cuts. Now that cut for you won't be a cut, it will be a straight shot. And by doing that, that could be your version of my fade or slight draw, you know what I mean? So whatever it is, one side of baseline. But if you can work on your trying to not release the golf club as much, try and keep your face a little bit more squarer, that will take some distance off, and that will then bring your 4 hybrid, also your 5 wood back a little bit. It'll also go higher, stop quicker, that kind of idea. So, I mean, yeah, that's an interesting thing to have, but right. Matt Logo, favorite movie in the Fast and Furious franchise? Oof. It's a weird one because I never really got into Fast and Furious. No, I never really got into it. I must admit, I didn't. It was obviously, it's gone crazy. How many is it? Fast and Furious 16 now, is it? But I never really got into it. I like Gone in 60 Seconds. That was probably one of my favourite car movies. But yeah, I never really did get into Fast and Furious franchise. Goldfish, will a wedge with more bounce slide through the grass better than a low bounce wedge? If there's no ground interaction, there's very, very, very little in it. As in a case of if the bounce itself is not interacting with the ground, the bounce in itself is not doing anything. It's like no different. If you were to say, if I was to have 2 golf clubs, if I was to swing 2 golf clubs on the mat just there, and I wasn't to hit the ground, one of them's 56 degrees, the other one's 56 degrees, one's got 1 degree of bounce, the other's got 20 degrees of bounce. If I swing them and don't hit the ground, they're both exactly the same as each other. So there's no difference whatsoever to any physical reaction, because there is no reaction to the sole hitting the ground. So you do have to have a ground element. And if there is no ground element, and we're talking grass is next to no resistance whatsoever compared to the ground, that you may not even notice any difference whatsoever. Carl J26, why do you snap hook every new hybrid I pick? Why do I snap hook every new hybrid I pick up? But I'm super accurate with long irons. Well, because generally speaking, hybrids have that extra like that. When it comes to their lie is generally speaking a little bit more upright, shall we say, than the long irons. And again, remember, when it comes to long irons are there custom fit to your lie as well. So if you need flatter lies or whatever it be, you can get them bent that way. When it comes to hybrids, now yes, you can get some hybrids like the pings, you can flatten them off and you can take that one out of the equation. You can also flatten them off and also reduce the loft. It reduces the loft and it also makes them less draw biased for your concern. So there's multiple different ways that you can get around that. You don't always have to, unfortunately, forever hook every single hybrid. GolfNut, home for you. My guess would be a 7 wood or 9 wood or a 22 degree hybrid. For your 200, we're trying to work on what he's got already, rather than having to go spend some more money. But yeah, they're all draw. So home for you. All college baseball player. Old college baseball player, so I'm all timing and active wrist. Oh, the Flip City, love them. Thanks, Golf. It was thinking changing 5 wood for 7 wood, 3 hybrid, too low. Sean Ping G430. I'm assuming that's for talking about the hybrids. Yeah, flat lies on the G430 or G425, but you can't get custom fit. Well, you can, because Ping, the weird thing that Ping do still, which I've never really understood, but it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant for the average golfer, is the fact that they still make old stuff. And they're the only manufacturer that I've known to still continue to make old equipment, even though it's dead and gone. It's just out of this world how Ping still make money on some of the things they do. It is crazy. So, I just want to say thank you very much to the people that have donated. It's come on, little screen. Oh, it's all going all very, very slow now. Doesn't matter. It means a lot. I just saw there's a few on here. My screen's all now gone all. It doesn't want to work anymore, so I can't see all the people that have donated. I have to scroll through the list on there, but no, for whoever has, you know who you are, and obviously it's up on the screen when it come up on there. It is very, very much appreciated, it really is. The only way I can keep a shot low with any distance is to hit my 12-degree driver off the deck. Any tips for keeping shots low with a 12-degree driver? So, so what's your swing speed? So, I mean, did you put anything up here before what your swing speed was? I can't remember. Reason being is because obviously a 12-degree driver is generally speaking for the people that swing quite slow. So obviously we're looking at trying to encourage launch when it comes to a swing speed as low as what a 12-degree driver would generally speaking suggest. Now it could also mean that you're someone who does not deliver a lot of dynamic loft, so you need a 12-degree driver, but then you wouldn't have to be worrying about things going too high and you wanting to keep it low. So yeah. Have you, without knowing how you hit and what your launch conditions are and why you've got your 12-degree driver, under normal circumstances, if you've got any normal amount of speed and your strike is any normal and your dynamic loft is always fairly normal and you've got a 12-degree driver, that would be the reason why the golf ball goes up in the air. If you're trying to, right, when it comes to driver, when it comes to most golf clubs, I say, yeah, learn to work different shots, learn to apply different angles when it comes to an iron, to control dynamic loft, to control dynamic lie, all these different situations that you're going to find yourself on the golf course, especially dynamic lie, because obviously we don't play on flat surfaces all the time. But when it comes to driver is so difficult and so complex that, you know what, just have a single, don't have many different ideas and shot shapes that you want to be hitting with driver. It just makes things really complicated, and if you haven't got all day to practice it, best thing to do is, yeah, just try as best you can to keep the driver as simple as possible. So I need to know some more information about your driver, because right. GolfNut just ordered a blue tees, rangefinder in a bundle, great price and cool toys come with it. I need to look at that one, that'd be an interesting one. Golf Addicts, you do buy a lot of stuff. Rhino, do you think it's reasonable as a high handicap to focus hitting the center of the club on the back of the ball? I went to a pro tournament and find that the pros hit a very small spot on clubs. As in what their sweet spot, as in they hit a very minute spot. So generally speaking, when it comes to warming up, and I've warmed up and I'm hitting and I'm practicing, I want to be hitting single digit misses. What I call single digit misses is, so you've got the middle and then you've got, oh, here we go, I've got a golf club here. There we go. So you've got the middle, yeah? And then you've got the toe, you've got the heel, high and low, yeah? So generally speaking, I never want to hit anything high. You can get away with a couple of the middle and stuff like that, but it's fine. But you always want to be in either middle or low. But then you can get away with toe and heel, but don't really hit heel, but hit away with toe. Why? Because you can hit 20 mil away from on the toe, because there's no shank on the toe. The golf club rotates as well for impact. So the toe's going slightly faster than the heel, so you gain a bit of speed, even though obviously the toe is not the most effective point. So you win by hitting off the toe. But I'm looking at single digit misses, so millimeters away from the middle. So anything 10 or more, 10 on obviously low, you'll definitely know it. 10 high, you never want to be hitting high on the face, ever. 10 heel, you'll know it, but 10 toe, you won't know it, depending so much on the golf club. You'll feel it, and depending on what golf club you've got, you'll feel it more than others. On a player's set of irons, you will notice any kind of misstrike much, much more. On a game improvement set of irons, the sound and the vibrations and such, that everything blends very much so into, well, normal. So you won't really notice that much difference. But yeah. High handicapper, if you were to go get a blade and practice with a blade, and you'll understand the importance of strike. Strike, it just gets, so the better you get, the more important it gets. Simple as that. Okay, Chase, a wedge with the shaft and grip that was selected recently with vendor supply issues. Vendors have been substituting original specifications with similar components to get stock clubs shipped out. If it's stock clubs, fair enough, they do what they want for the off-the-rack sets, they do what they want. When it comes to custom fit though, I would not be happy whatsoever if anyone was deciding to change any specifications that had already been agreed on when it comes to a custom fit. There's a custom fit reason for a reason, and that is to make sure you get the right ones. That should be irrelevant of any stock issues. Now remember, when it comes to right at the very start, when I was doing I was helping, I can't remember, who was I helping out now, trying to work out, Richard Skinner, I think it was. I was trying to help out with working out when the next, the delivery of his shafts that were going to come in, because I'm lucky enough I've got access to the Mizuno component shortage list. And it was a case of, well, should I wait or should I go for something different? Well, okay, if you can get away with something different, then great, but the shaft that he had was quite unique, so no. But it's only a matter of a month or so. Let's face it, going back a few years, I mean, you're talking that stuff was waiting up to 6 months, if some cases more, for shafts and stuff. So at the moment, they're frustrating, but the waits are minuscule compared to where they were, and they are getting better, generally speaking, as time goes on. Right. Sean, bounce is the most important thing with wedges. You don't need to spend money. Have a high bounce mid and a low bounce lob. Yep, exactly what I was saying just over there. And that's how I, generally speaking, was to do most amateurs wedge setups, that you have that higher bounce one in the 54, 55, whatever be, and then the 60 have your slightly lower bounce, because it adds versatility to your wedge game, allows you to have many, many different golf clubs depending on how you want to twist lofts around, which adds and takes bounce away and all that lot. So yeah, there's loads of options. Chase Wood, the response from PGA Superstore for sending me the wrong things. Why not reach out to me first, saying we don't have the components? Oh, right, okay. That's just poor. Sorry, Chase, obviously I don't know the whole situation on that one. But for any store to basically just send you something else based on they didn't have it, well, let you make that decision, not them. Golf Addict, with the Bluetooth rangefinder bundle, you also get a Bluetooth magnetic speaker that's very good, plus a magnetic base for your golf bag, a 5-in-1 divot tool, a nice case for the rangefinder. There was a, Alex is back. If you're using blades to work on improving strike, use MP4s if you can find them. I've got some in there. And I tell you what, they are literally, you could cut chicken with those. You to drink. So are we going to go for 3 hours today? The only reason I wanted to stay on for longer is that I wanted to be around for the American side of the world when it comes to who wanted to join in, because obviously I do these live streams, and then generally speaking I am off by the time, and then I get like barraged with lots and lots of comments saying, oh, I missed it again, I missed it again. Canada, yes, you are, and Canada, that one definitely. There was a I can't remember if it was a TikTok thing, that I saw it on TikTok or not. There was a bag manufacturer that had got all these different things, and I thought that's a really good idea with the Bluetooth speaker and stuff like that, although saying that Bluetooth speaker, I'm not quite sure about that on a golf course, and I did reach out to them to say, look, would you send me a bag for testing, because it looks really, really quite good, and it would be possibly a really good thing to get your product out to many more people, because it is like, and unfortunately their marketing budget wasn't as such that they could, or they felt that they could be able to send any form of samples out to anybody, which I think, being honest, when it comes to the YouTube world, is an interesting world, because obviously, let's face it, when it comes to YouTube, for the effective cost of a product against the amount of viewership and the amount of people that watch YouTube, it's fairly, within reason, ridiculously cheap advertising from a company's perspective. Chase, what's your favourite club shot to hit? I don't have a favourite club. Clubs are tools, that's all they are. They've got loft, their loft is there to do a job, and that is it. So I haven't got a favourite club. When it comes to my favourite shot to hit, or so I'm quite boring in how I have, my stock shots that I want. I have my high, my low, my normal flight. I have my left to right, and I have my right to left, depending on shot distance. I want to try and get in between golf clubs. I don't necessarily have a favourite. I just have whatever I need to hit for the particular situation that I'm in. Okay, we all like to hit stingers for a bit of fun off the tee, and I suppose what I would do if I was messing about, I'd hit my normal shot and then I'd put another ball down with my playing partner for a little bit of a messing around time and hit a stinger. But yeah, it's one of those things that, generally speaking, I don't see the golf bag as a favourite and stuff like that, because they are tools. They are tools to do. If you have that reaction, or have that relationship with them, then you don't have that issue over one not working as well as the other one and stuff like that, because it becomes a tool, and then you don't have that love-hate relationship with anything. M. Rhino, glad you're here for us Americans. Why are there so many Brit YouTubers? Thank you. I don't know. It's a really interesting tendency, isn't it, that most golf YouTubers, effectively, are English, and I don't know why. It makes very little sense, really. If you look at the abundance of technology and the abundance of product in America, you would have thought that America would be inundated with like the reviewers. But you're right. The vast majority of the known or the better reviewers are English, and it's an interesting one. So when you've got TXG, but Ian's Scottish, so that's kind of. Yeah, and then I suppose you've got Alex in Australia, but again, he's English as well. But it's an interesting thing. It's crazy, isn't it? Considering a country has such small, tiny footprint. But yeah. Right, we got home for you. Searching for 5414 now. Suggestions for a good blend with DCBs. Thinking Glide 4. The Glide 4 wedges are probably some of the best wedges around for feel that Ping have ever made. They are much better than threes for feel. And yeah, that would be my pick if you were going to go for Ping. Definitely get the Glide. Don't go for the more expensive ones. There's no point. Obviously, the Mizunos have got them. Vokeys have got them. Cleveland, Strixon have got them, depending on which. Yeah, there's so many Callaway have got them. There's so many manufacturers that do really, really good wedges. If you know what loft you need, if you know what bounce you need, and you can get it in a shaft which works okay, there are so many deals to be had. Remember, when you're talking about a wedge, unless you're talking about using a wedge like your normal 8-iron, as in the normal full shot, not full 100%, but your normal 85-90% of shot. If you're using it for that, I'd always try and get your bend profile the same as your custom fit, and your lie as well. But if you're using your wedges for just normal, short, small shots, then by all means, just have, you can really, shaft's not really that important because you're not offending it if you're not swinging it that hard. GolfNut, a stinger for me is when I top the ball. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it doesn't go very high off the ground. It doesn't go very far, that's the only problem. Glass Grooves, is there a way of measuring putter stroke arc without a fitting? Looking for a new putter but unsure how a straight or arced my swing is. Okay, that's an interesting one. So, I haven't changed my mind on this a little bit. I'm more open to the differences now. So I used to be a great advocate of fitting your putter around your swing stroke, your stroke. Since spending more and more time with putting launch monitors and putting coaches, it's an interesting thing of when you start putting putters in people's hands that don't fit. Yeah, that don't fit at all. It's amazing how quickly they change their swing, they change how they do things to try and hit target. So you start becoming much more of a bit of a skeptic on not the fitting process, not that whatsoever. It's just that it's more skeptic of the human more than anything else, and saying that regardless of what they're doing now, if you were to fit them for what they're doing when it comes to putting, I don't really see this in full swing. So it's not something like when it comes to a full swing custom fitting, or you get a custom fit now and then 2 weeks later they change their swing completely. It's not that whatsoever. And if you, generally speaking, give someone who's not very good a club which is poorly custom fit, they'll still have the same thing 2 weeks later. When it comes to a putter though, they'll change the way they use the putter to make the ball go to the hole. And so then the fit completely changes. Well, it shouldn't do. It's actually the swing, the stroke that should change, because it's not very consistent or not very good delivered. And there's so many different things that obviously with a pattern stroke, I mean, pattern stroke in itself is like a multitude of things that can go right and wrong. So I would always say this, rather than going for buying a putter, go to a putting lesson, like a proper coach who really knows how to coach putting with a putting launch monitor that does all things the right way, and see what their perception of things are. And if it comes down to it, look, you're this and this and this is this, you do really well with this, 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 and they can prove to you at the point, then it's well worth investing. If by the end of it, you're really starting to learn how you do certain things, then I would hold out until you get some approved, useful feedback from someone who knows when it comes to you physically going somewhere, for someone to measure your stroke, your arc, and then the differences that would have when it comes to changing equipment, and then the difference that also have in changing certain things about your stroke. Goldfish, sorry, how to keep other clubs low. Right, so generally speaking, if you're struggling to keep all clubs low, as in you're hitting them too high, that is either one of two things. You've either got a distinct dynamic loft issue, you're presenting way too much loft, or you're presenting way too much loft because of a face to path issue, as in the case you're swinging across face open, by a twist around the axis of the shaft, face open, adding loft, going high. High right as such for a right hander, but especially with loft, it won't really go right that much, it just goes high. So that is much more a swing situation rather than talking about golf clubs. So learning how to deliver the golf club with the right amount of loft, with the right amount of angle attack. I'd need to see your swing. It'd be really good to be able to see your swing and to see some launch monitor delivery numbers as well, which would be quite cool. But yeah, unfortunately, if it's that's generally speaking, that's much more the swing dominated rather than equipment dominated. Right, we're caught up. Done. Huge drink. That's the problem when you're talking a lot. I come prepared though, which is good. Right. Let's all keep that out of camera. Don't get moaned at. No, my stream situation has gone completely. It's fine. Alex has popped up saying Adele putter fitting is very eye-opening. It is. You're absolutely right there, Alex. Even if you don't buy one, yeah. Was very interested to see how I align and swing putters with different head shapes and hosels. Absolutely, they make and alignment points as well. It's not just, you're right, with different head shapes and hosels, absolutely. But you can change how you deliver the putter based on alignment, how big the alignment, how many there are, what color it is. Huge, yeah. So 10 hours left in the deal for 299 US and regular is 470 US. What's that for, Golf Alex? Sorry. Looking up, see if I can find. Oh, the Blue Tees rangefinder bundle. What do you think of Lou Stagner's data from Arcos? I haven't actually read it, although knowing the information that I've seen from Arcos already, it's not really surprising to me. I'm very aware of what amateurs are actually like when it comes to the distance that they truly on average hit it, and how they plot themselves or how they don't plot themselves around a golf course. And so I'd be really interested to see the information. It would be, I mean, I kind of like, when I get time to be able to look at the information, it would be really interesting to see, but I don't think I'd be surprised by much of the information I do glean from it. M. Rhino, do you higher handicappers putt better with blade putters or mallet putters? So mallet putters, generally speaking, so let's just do an absolute kind of like blanket thing. When it comes to high handicap golfers, the higher handicap golfer you are, generally your strike pattern is worse, so you do better with a mallet putter because of the higher MOI of a mallet putter over a blade. That is a absolutely huge open-ended generalization. So home for you. Since you're caught up, I got million at a 98 to 100 mile an hour driver. I got million. Should a 5 wood be next or okay with 3 wood? You should be okay with 3 wood. Well, 3 wood lofted up to a 4, although try 5 wood at 98 to 100 miles an hour driver. I'd be looking at possibly 5 wood, if I'll be honest. Alex has donated, thank you Alex. Alex has donated $10 for a couple more festive coloured beverages. Yeah. We have, has anyone guessed it yet? So I'm gonna block it off. It's that colour. It does look like I haven't gone to the toilet in a long time, and it's sort of, you know, the first wee of the morning. That's what colour it looks like. So thank you very much, Alex. That is very much appreciated. Yeah, it's very much so. And it is. And we're going for a marathon. We're going to go for over 3 hours. I've got a million. We got one. Thanks a million. Got a million questions. Ask away. I don't mind. While I'm here, I might as well. Niels. Arcos has been a game changer for me. I moved from 13 to 14ish to 9 to 10 by just being aware of my lengths. Absolutely true, Neil. You cannot be more right if you tried. Losing analysis on large data set manages expectations. Absolutely. So a lot of the information that I do when it comes to within lessons, right? So there's 2 parts to a lessons, right? You've got the physical side of trying to make the individual swing more consistent, better, whatever it would be. But then you've also got this huge responsibility to be teaching the golfer that, I do this a lot when it comes to lessons. I've set them out at a certain distance and I'm saying, right, this is a par 4 at 380 yards. What would you do? Excuse me, YouTube burp. The first thing they do, well, I'll go get my driver out. Okay, fair enough. Let's go hit your driver. Let's just do this 10 times, just to see. And you see their data sets, as it goes everywhere it goes. And you then go, okay, then hit your hybrid. And they hit their hybrid and they get another 10 shots. And of course, they're doing the same thing over and over again, so it's even easier. So it's not like you're playing on the golf course for like 1 hole for the first time, you get 1 go out and that's it. They're doing the same thing 10 times. So it's easier to do that than it is obviously do it the right way. So you'd have thought they'd be even more accurate, but no, what you find is very easy that, very quickly that the amount of wasted shots that they have through drives not going well, for instance, and that their hybrids that they hit, if you look at the distance between their drives that are really good and their hybrids that are really good, there's not that much in it anyway. And if you look at the difference between their drives that are really bad and their hybrids that are really bad, there are so much difference, it's hilarious. So sort of saying to them, look, why are you putting yourself in a situation where you'd even contemplate hitting driver where you can't control it, and you're running the risk very much so of potentially ruining your scorecard before you've started. So hitting different golf clubs, hitting expectations, you're saying, look, you've got a par 4, you're over 18 handicap, you are not supposed to hit the green in 2. You are not supposed to hit this green. So you've got 380 yards, hit a hybrid down there, it goes 200 and 210 yards. Cool, you've got 170 yards left. You are not supposed to hit this green. Just get it down there anywhere close enough that you can guarantee to putt it on with your next. Yeah, and then, okay, if you finish 20 yards off the green, you hit a 7-iron 150 yards at 20 yards off. You give them 10 goes at 20 yards, I can guarantee you at least one of them they're going to get close enough to get one putt. All of them, by using a putter, they're going to get onto the green, 2 putt, and off they go. And this is what I'm saying, golf is so much easier when people truly understand their expectations and how many shots they've really got to play with. Oh, we got Golf Addict urine joke, priceless. Yeah. Chase, I think one stat was a 5 index only averages 1.5 more birdies per round compared to a 15 index. Yes, it's true. But if you were to look at the exact same 1.5 index, or 5 index, sorry, look at the bogey differences and double bogey differences. That'll be the biggest one. Rhino, the descent angle you often mention, does that hold for long irons as well? It should do, within reason. So if you're playing on a golf course which has fast greens and stuff like that, you need to be even more aware, and solid surfaces. So descent angle is key. Now the only time you can get away from descent angle and like bin it a little bit is when you're playing a seaside links golf course. Now seaside link is designed to run across the ground. Wind, generally speaking, becomes so ridiculous by flying the golf ball anywhere near high enough to get descent angle. The wind would play so much havoc with it, then it's uncontrollable. So you need to play a different game. But on the vast majority of golf courses, yes, land angle is so important to be able to control what is going to happen to that golf ball. You're going for a yardage, and if you're having to hit the ground before and rely on a bounce and roll and run it onto the green, well, there's so many things that can happen when you're hitting the golf ball to a surface where you cannot predict. You can kind of predict what's going to happen on the green. You cannot never ever predict what's going to happen when it hits the ground before the green. So yeah, land angle is exceptionally important. Golf Addict, at age 58, I'm a 9 handicap, good, and thought of a lesson or 2, but worried it might just screw all my short game and long shots. You don't have to, when it comes to a lesson, go somewhere for a lesson. The whole idea necessarily is not to go in there and do everything the pro says. Well, it depends. If the pro is going to be one of these pros that basically says, yeah, we need to do a pretty pictures swing, you need to grip it like this, you need to go back and P1, you need to be here and all this. No. That's not the whole idea. At 9 handicap, you're already a decent golfer. What we're looking at more or so is just to make you aware of certain things. And if there's certain things that you could do here and do there, which would be like free earners to try and get your handicap down by 1, 2, or 3. The whole idea of that is definitely not to screw your game up. It's to learn. It's to understand, have an understanding of what you do and what you do well and what you don't do well, and then the potential change or a tweak in the things that you don't do well. Again, that might not be anything to do with physical swing. That might be more of the mental side of it and how you approach golf. That could be a win. It doesn't have to be physically a swing. When people go for a lesson, they think it's a physical thing. Well, 99% of the time, it is a physical thing, but they miss out on the fact that you're missing on a huge mental aspect within a lesson that people just don't ever think they're going to go to a lesson to learn, which is crazy. But yeah, slow swings, but you describing me. Hello. There he is, he's back. No, yes, possibly, you never know. We all swing at a certain speed and there's always a bigger fish. So I swing at about 92 miles an hour on average, but then again, there's always people that swing much faster than me. Home for you, is it odd? TP5X is my fave ball with only 98 to 100 mile an hour driver. Suggestions. PS, your drink colour I see a lot in July after a round of golf. And yeah. Use your drink. Yeah, so, right, what are we gonna do? TP5X, no, so, okay, golf ball. Let's get golf ball very, very quickly. I disagree with the whole adage of people turning around and saying, or even certain things when it comes to, let's say Titleist, Pro V1X. How fast your driver swing speed? Well, 100 miles an hour. Well, you don't swing fast enough. You don't. No. You need the V1. You don't have the swing speed to compress a V1X. Not an X. You need much faster. You need 110 at the very least to be able to compress an X. Compress. A golf ball never compresses. There's no such thing as compression on a golf ball. Comment below. Okay, so if that's the case, I don't swing my 6-iron at 110 miles an hour at the very least. So does that mean I can only use a V1 or with my driver? Because then obviously my 6-iron swing speed is 94 miles an hour. So because that's less than 110, does that mean I can't use an X with a 6-iron? Well, what about my putter? I putt at massively less than 110 miles an hour with my putter. So can I use it? No. So effectively what it means is if you look at the huge extreme of golf, then compression, yeah, I hate that, has a small amount to do with the golf ball going a certain distance. When I say distance, we are talking a very minor amount of yards. We're not talking 20, we're not even talking 10, yeah? And at speed. So when you're talking about slow speeds, look, always, every golfer from now on, anyone who's listened to this ever, and I say this to everybody, make your golf ball choice from the putting green backwards, never from the tee forwards. Always. Niels, golf addict, I'm 55 and similar handicap, it's very well worth taking lessons. Yeah. Very much so. Golf addict, awesome, thanks for the advice. You're welcome, anytime, no problem, thank you very much. Alex, compression is an elastic deformation. Oh, Alex. Now you're talking my language. Yes, so basically a golf ball, compression, the definition of compression when it comes to two opposing forces, yeah? Applying pressure and deforming an object. There is no opposing force when it comes to a golf ball. You've got one force, golf club, and you could argue that in some way, shape or form, the opposing force on the other side might be air. And of course, the faster you move an object through air, then it becomes more of a soup, more of a solid and stuff like that. Yes, that is a point. However, the ridiculous nature of what we're talking about, the only real object hitting one object is a golf club on ball. So there is no opposing force. So there is there's a deformative force, not a compressive force. But people still talk about, oh, you compressed that one. What? Into the floor? That's the only thing that you could ever even, but then you're going to have to deliver negative loft. And I've never seen a 7-iron being delivered with a negative loft. I've seen a driver being delivered with negative loft once or twice. Golf addict, great points on the compression debate. I agree with you. I agree with myself, but yeah, no, we are right on that one. M Rhino, but I've seen slow-mo videos put out of Titleist that shows compression. No, so M Rhino, the ones that you see aren't compressive forces. So what you see there is the ball getting hit and the ball squidging like this. So the back of the ball squidges in first, which then puts a shock wave through the golf ball. And then what you'll find is the golf ball will do this through the air to kind of, but then obviously settle itself very quickly. But the only force is this. There is no force on this side squashing it. So by that fact, there is no compressive force, it's a deforming force. So it's a deforming force and elastic trampolining, but there's no compressive force. Home for you, thanks for ball answer. Do higher spinning balls have higher side spin, so firmer balls may have less side spin and technically be straighter? Silly question. It's not a silly question whatsoever. No, not really. So if you go to the extreme, saying Bellata was a ridiculously spinny golf ball. I can curve a Bellata as well as I can a Pro V1. When you're talking about golf clubs now, golf clubs have got easier to keep the golf ball straighter, because when you had the small golf club heads and they were tiny, you didn't need to move much away from effective middle before you really starting to put tilt axis on the golf ball through poor misstrike. Nowadays, obviously with the bigger heads, much more stable heads, you can get away with more. I mean, before they didn't have roll and bulge on a driver head. The drivers were made of wood and they were tiny. And so not only did you get curvature, but you didn't then get gear effect coming back to the target. They just went offline. Nowadays, you've got drivers that not have got roll and bulge, but they've got obviously the center of gravity is in places. They're so forgiving when it comes to wanting to put the right amount of curvature on the golf ball to get it going back towards target when you mishit it. There are differences, yeah, but from the ball, no. Generally speaking, if you look at this, say, the more spin you have on a golf ball, the straighter it becomes. When you're talking about the driver debate, that as soon as you start becoming too low on the spin, it may potentially give you a longest shot, but then if you have the same amount of face to path deviation, say 1 degree, on a lower spinning profile golf ball, the ball will actually move more in the air than it will do if it was spinning, say, 500 RPM more. So spin is your friend. That's why if you look at a PGA Tour player, generally speaking, they'll always spin it too much. But because the speed they've got, they're bullying it through the air, and that spin that they've got on there is keeping the ball straighter in flight. Mr. Mumble, I feel more comfortable putting with my putter heel up. So standing very close to it, heel up. Is it possible to change lie angle on putter? Yes, my swing is more straight back, straight through. Yeah, you can do. Of course you can. No problem whatsoever. Depending on the head and the shaft and all that lot, it depends on what golf club you've got, what putter you've got. You can bend lie on it. Some you can, some you can't, but generally speaking, you can. So effectively, I would say, if you were to bend it though, that would then potentially change your perception of where your starting points are and stuff like that. Remember, you've built your putter stroke and your aim point and your understanding of where you're aiming. And what your apex point is, etc., with what you've got in your hands. As soon as you change that, it changes where your brain's understanding of where your lines are. So I would be reticent to actually want to, if you can putt with it and it's really good and you're really happy with it, it may look a bit weird, but it works. Putting is one of those things where you can be quite funky and it still works really well. You two drink. That's the problem now, it's 3 hours and counting. So yeah, it's a marathon. Oh dear. Oh man, I'll tell you what, I'm getting too old for this. 3 hours. What's time now? 11 o'clock. So we've now got to be coming to 5 or 6 o'clock in the American land. So we should be definitely picking up people which normally message me about now and go, oh, I missed the live stream again. No, not an excuse this time. So anyone that's still watching, I just want to see what the analytics are. Probably they've gone down now, yeah. So the UK guys have now decided that bedtime is a very good thing. And so dropped down on the viewers slightly. So I would say to everybody though, remember, 7 p.m. On East Coast. East Coast, yeah. So, oh yeah, on the West Coast that'd be even, might be like 5 or 4, wouldn't it? Yeah, California or wherever it be. What was I going to say? Oh, I lost my train of thought there. Yes. So the whole idea, I've put a post on the AskGolfNut community post to say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights. What is everyone's idea of what they want to do? Excuse me. and I will go with the masses. So I'm trying to stay clear of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Obviously, it's the golf tour times, and so obviously not the greatest idea. But if we can get a consensus on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and I've got the poll going on my community page when it comes to my AskGolfNut YouTube. So if you go on their community, there'll be a post on there, or it might come through your feed anyway. If you could vote on that one, and also what time, normally it'd be at like 8 o'clock, generally speaking, but that's UK time. So what we got here? Oh, yep, Chase says, if an off-the-shelf wedge has the same spec, shaft and grip of a wedge I would custom order, is it the same building process? Would there be any difference in the quality? No, effectively. I've been very lucky to go to Ping's headquarters to see their process of how they make stuff, and whether it's stock stuff, rack stuff, off the rack stuff, custom build, it goes through the same process. Now, even though obviously there's no lie adjustments that need to happen when it comes to the off the rack stuff, because obviously it'll come in at black lie, but they'll still be measured. So the guy who smacks it with a hammer when it comes to a ping, very aggressive but quite fun watching, who does all the lie adjustments for every single thing, whether it would be custom or not, he will still check every single one to make sure they're all the right lie. So they'll still go for the same QC, they'll still go through the same adjustments if needed, as stock or custom. So it won't make any difference whatsoever if it was. The only difference was obviously that a stock one or a rack set has been on the rack for quite some time sometimes, and with many grubby hands that have felt the grip and stuff like that. So you could possibly argue I want a brand new grip, but yeah, is it going to be distinctly different? Absolutely not. It's going to be basically exactly the same. GolfNut, love the feel of the Vice Pro Soft and the Strixon Q-Star Divide, but at the same time I enjoy playing Strixon Soft Wheel and Callaway Super Soft. Never got on with the Pro V1 AVX I liked. Yeah, because the Pro V1 will be slightly higher compression. Dear me. Yeah, higher hardness rating. All the ones below generally are the lower softness rating ones, and you know what, you're not wrong, I like the soft ones. If it wasn't for the fact that a lot of the ones that you've listed there haven't got a urethane cover, apart from the likes of the Vice Pro Soft has got a urethane cover, Q-Star Divide, I'm not quite sure if it has or not, I don't know if it has. Strixon Soft will definitely have, and Callaway Super Soft definitely hasn't, and obviously the Pro V1 and AVX has. Home for your TB5 X versus response to save a few dollars. Can do, depends if you need the ultimate spin that 5X will give. Golf Addict 5 PM Canada. Cool, yeah. 11 here. I'm gonna go to bed soon. Alex 7 PM Eastern, on the East Coast. M Runner, I find reading the brakes on putts is more difficult than the speed. How do you feel 4 PM in Canada? So basically when it comes to a putt, I will walk 360 degrees around it, and because I'm not a feel putter, I'm a pace putter, as I pace it out, and so I know what a 20-foot putt stroke is. I know what a 15-foot stroke is. I know what, yeah. So when I'm walking, I'm counting the paces, and as I'm counting the paces times by 3, that will give you how many feet it is, kind of idea. And I'm also feeling the ground with my feet, and I'll stand around. Obviously I'm doing it as we approach the green, as we get the pin out or whether it be, and the other playing partner's putting. I'm doing it, I'm walking around and I'm sensing the ground all the time, and so I'm gauging a picture of where that putt's going to break and how it's going to be. And I'm also looking around the lay of the land, because the lay of the land can make a huge difference to where the trend of a putt's going to go. But yeah, there's so many different ways of doing it, but yeah, you can spend all the time trying to get your custom fit putters and make sure you get the ball on the right line and stuff like that. You can do really well. However, if you don't know where it's breaking, you're going to struggle. But yeah, you can learn that. It just takes time. Alistair, thank you. I just noticed you just popped up on there saying that you've just donated £5. I appreciate that greatly. I really do. If you knew, it does make a huge it does mean a lot to me. When it comes to YouTube, there's always going to be adverts in YouTube. You can't help it because of the fact that it's the way of the world. But when people that are watching and they donate off their own back, that means more to me than anything else, because that just shows the level of support that people have and for what I do and the way I do it. I know I'm individual, and I know I'll probably never be a millionaire when it comes to doing off of YouTube because of the way that I do it, and and I'm not going for the entertainment side of things to get the massive viewers and viewing figures that people get. But I have my way of doing things, my honest way of doing it, and my morals, and they kind of get in the way. But no, I really do appreciate that. Oh, M Rhino is literally just, oh, thank you very much as well. $4.99. I do appreciate that very, very much. M Rhino, what's the first name, M? Thank you for staying up late with us. Absolutely, it's my pleasure. I wasn't going to do I'm going to do a 3-hour one, but the whole idea was my Mark. Thank you very much, Mark. I do appreciate it. That I do a lot of this when it comes to, say, coming off at, say, 9 o'clock, and by that time the UK guys have been serviced, if you want to call it that. But then unfortunately other people in the other parts of the world aren't, because they've come home from work and I've finished. I've gone to bed for the night. And yeah, so in that sense, that's it does make a huge difference. That's meant the world when it comes to people that even if it's a small amount, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that they've done that. That does mean an awful lot. Really, really does. Serviced, yeah, I know. Wrong word to use. I do apologise. There's so many double entendres that in golf. Innuendo bingo, they call it when it comes to YouTube drink. YouTube with a drink when it comes to, yeah. Better. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Yeah. It's all fun. Right. How are we doing for questions? Whew. Getting too old for this. Getting hot. Getting hot in here. Whew. Any more questions for anyone else? Because I have now caught up. Home for yourself. 3 hours of talking sounds like me showing homes. It's tiring. Well done. Dean says, hi Jay, love the Q&A in the States. That's right, more than welcome, Dean. I have the Mizuno ST190 driver and looking to upgrade to the 230, wondering if the new 230 is the same sleeve of the 190. Love my shaft. Hang on. Oh, hello, hang on a second, we'll do this. So you can do it a little bit more interactively, shall we? There we go, watch this. There we go, we are here. So, you can kind of get me from that one. Oh, right. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? No, that's 200. Wrong one. Am I going to be here now for ages trying to find this? What's this one here? All for, no, that's the 220G. Oh my word. Hashtag too much stuff. Hashtag can never get it all back in. I've got a feeling, is it? Oh, I'd see, if I knew where everything was, am I going to open up everything? That's a 200 standard? Oh, for the love of all that's holy. I'm trying to find the thing so I can actually answer the question for you. Is that it? If it's not it, I'm giving up. Well, I've got another bag. Yay, there you go. Right. Oh. That the one? That's the one. Ta-da! That one. There you go. Blooming good driver this was. Really good. And so, if you imagine, so this was one of the early ones of the black models. Oh, Martin's Reef. Oh, Martin, I just noticed that. Can't believe you're still on, Jay. Have a beer still and not get see, I can't even read. Can't believe you're still on, Jay. Have a beer still, not got back to me. Not got back still. still not got back to me. I know, bloody hell, I haven't. I don't think I have. I? No, I haven't. Shit, I need to do that. I've got a, would you, I am so behind on stuff because I've got so much to do, and this is my problem. I need, if I could afford it, I would have a PA. I need that as well because I've got so much stuff I need to do. It's so difficult sometimes to be able to get everything done, and I haven't got time in the day to do it. My missus is, no, she's not into golf at all. She's brilliant and she's amazing, but she's not into golf. So yeah, so that loft sleeve, there you go. Whoa, that one there. So that one there is actually from a more of a modern day shaft. It had the old numbers, had much more different, more bold, and they actually had numbers around the shaft. But this is the more of a modern shaft, and that is in the 190 head. So in answer to your question, absolutely, it will fit into any of the, your custom fit shaft will fit into the 230 head. Although, if you're going to have a go, don't not test the Hulk shaft. The Hulk shaft for me, it just feels, I mean it makes no difference, but feels brilliant, really do like it. Flick back over to all of me, there we go. And I've moved the chair. Now if I've moved the chair, that means I've moved my focal point. Oh no. I know, I should spend more time doing my emails rather than doing live streams. I know. Just curious as to what you're drinking. Well, Mark, that's the thing. Obviously, I can't say and show because of certain rules within the worlds of YouTube. However, I'm calling it windscreen wash. It's orange. And it looks like, you know, when you wake up in the morning and you need to go to the loo, it looks like the first one of the day. It is that, yeah. What have we got here? GolfNut. Just thoughts on the UST Pro Force V2 golf shaft. So they've been around for quite some time. If it fits, as with all my answers when it comes to shaft. Now, people can talk to you about the bend profile of the shaft, the weight class of the shaft, the kick point of the shaft, or goes bend profile, and who's it designed for, what's this and that. But in true fact, being honest, do you know what? If you put that shaft into 10 people's hands, it has 10 different results. So there is no way on earth that anyone can say that you get this shaft, it's going to do this for you, because I've seen 10 results of the same shaft on 10 different people. So especially if you don't tell them what it's supposed to do before they hit it, which is an interesting one. Paul Wilson said, blimey, you were up late. Yes, this is my marathon, my attempt at trying to stay up late long enough to get all of the people around the world to have their fair go at it, shall we say. And I'm kind of, now we're at 3.25 hours now, so yeah. We're still going well though, we're still doing good. GolfNut and the Tensai Blue AV Raw 55 shaft. Again, it's a fairly innocuous shaft, the blue. Again, if it's the regular or the stiff, it's in the middle of everything. It's not massively lightly constructed, it's not massively heavily constructed from the point of view of control and spin and launch. It's just what I normally go in is a shaft. It's not particularly, it's that one, a Tensai Blue will fit a lot of people because it's and you're talking about your Seiko, the Tensai whites and stuff like that, and no different to going back all the other way as well. You're talking about those ones are like particular golfers, not many get sold. There's certain ones that get sold obviously a lot because they run-of-the-mill people. Jay, I'm so desperate for you to fit me for a driver, but can't find you online. Where are you? Well, exactly. No. I'm working out as such. I'm working out at the Golfers Lounge in Bury St Edmunds now. Let's be open and honest, as I always am. When the range closed, so Bury Golf Range, I worked at Bury Golf Range and I did YouTube when I wasn't coaching and custom fitting, and I'd done a little bit of YouTube, and I'd done more coaching and custom fitting, done a little bit of YouTube. So now, since obviously the range has moved on, now it's being sort of like bulldozed, ready for houses, and we moved over to the Golfers Lounge. The understanding for me definitely is I wanted to step back from coaching. I wanted to step back from custom fitting as best I can do, or especially coaching side of things, because it takes a lot of time. And because I wanted to try and concentrate on YouTube, I wanted to continue that going forward as the business understanding going forward, and so I wanted to concentrate on that. So what's basically managed to happen when it comes to the Golfers Lounge is the interesting thing, let's say with Ping, let's call Ping out on this one because it's quite interesting how Ping work. Ping are great as a company, amazingly good as a company, but when it comes to transferring between one venue and another, you'd have thought, well, we've had a Ping account for God knows how long. Bury Golf Range did quite a bit of money every single year with Ping. It'd be very simple for Ping just say, okay, we'll just go on the computer, change your address, off you go. No, different venue, different accounts. We had to close the old account, start a new one. And at the moment, Ping have still not got back to us to say that the account is open or not. As in, because there has to go through so many different tiers with Ping, and it has to go even as high as the MD to say, facilitate a yes or a no, it has taken that long. And it's still going. So at the moment, I'll be honest, and it's frustrating as heck for me, and this is not, I mean, obviously that means I haven't got anything Ping, no AFS when it comes to the irons, no drivers, no fairway woods, no hybrids when it comes to Ping. And because Ping is such a backbone part of customer selection, being honest about customer selection, I'm not going to be doing fittings unless I can give the customer what they deserve. And that is a unbiased, open, purely performance related and informative fit. And I can't do that if Ping aren't there, and that's just for Ping. When it comes to other brands, they've got their own particular things and stuff like that, and it's just an absolute, and it's a pain in my backside. It's I've had multiple people that have asked me for fittings, what I'm trying to book in for fittings, and I've been deferring them basically until I can actually get the full complement in to be able to test and do a full proper fitting. And it's just really frustrating because it's unprofessional and it just drives me insane to a point of where sometimes I honestly do think I should just dump the custom fitting completely and dump everything and just concentrate on YouTube, because it's just drives me insane. But I am passionate about making sure that I can't fit every single person in the world. I physically haven't got enough time, and I can't separate myself in about 1,000 people, but the people that I do fit, I can do my bit for every single one that I do to make sure that they get fit correctly, properly, using the right technology, and the fact that they have the understanding by the end of their fitting, not what only they're going to get, but why they need it and how they need it, because they do this and they do that. So yeah, as soon as it's going properly, I'll then start fittings again, but at the moment, there you go. Got off my soapbox now. Right, golf. I believe any object with mass and sitting still has some kind of force, but I only took one semester of physics 41 years ago. Yeah, so you've got potential energy and then you've got kinetic energy. So a ball has potential energy until it's moved, and it has kinetic. Then you've got inertia when it comes to physical movement of it, and it doesn't like move. Once it's moving in one way, it doesn't like moving. You have to obviously apply force to it moves the other way. When it comes to a golf ball, the golf ball has got potential energy when it's sat there. It gets hit by, then gives kinetic energy, and then it has inertia when it's moving. The fact that people still see a golf ball has a compressive part of its dynamics. Yeah, I still do not understand where anyone can tell me, and no one has yet been able to give me what the other force was when it comes to a compressive force. If that golf ball, the golf ball just is deforming. It's not being compressed, it's being deformed. The shock waves will have an impact on the shape of the golf ball, absolutely, but that shock wave is coming from its initial hit from this side. yeah, from one side only. So there's never such a thing as a compressive hit. Paul Wilson's crying. I do apologise, Paul, but I am always honest. But there you go. Martin Reef, understand with the changes you're making, mate, no worries, whenever you get a minute. Martin, please keep reminding me, just keep badgering me, don't let me forget, because I've got so many things I need to do, and I don't mind saying as well. So I've not only I've got my honeymoon to go to do in less than 2 months. I've got to, because I like doing everything myself. I am one of these very frustrating people who like doing everything with their own hands. I've obviously built my own studio and stuff like that. I've got to, so I moved into my my home, when was it? About 18 months ago, something like that. And I went through a lot of, like, a 5-month period of ripping everything out, like central heating out, electrics out, floorboards were up. I mean, the amount of stuff that I ripped out was hilarious. It was, yeah, I mean, first day I was knocking walls down, and the wife, well, it wasn't the wife, but then the missus came in, like, what on earth are you doing? And so, yeah, with the help of my dad and a few friends, we got to a point of where she's basically all done. The house is nearly all done. It's still got the downstairs toilet to do, so I've got the plaster coming next Thursday, and to plaster. But by that time, I've got to have all the old suite out and boxing in done, ready for plastering. And then I've also got the ensuite to do upstairs in the main master bedroom. And again, that's all got to be done as well. And then after that, I've also got on another property, I've got to do a words are gone when it's nearly midnight. Well, it's 23:23. Got decorating to do. I've got new kitchen to change and stuff like that. And I've got loads and loads of things. So I've got so many things going on at the moment. Martin, make sure you keep reminding me. I'm crazy. Can anyone suggest a golf shoe with a wide toe box? New ones, by the way, from Mizuno. There you go. Don't know if I'm allowed to show them or not, but there you go. Bit of an interesting tag on the backlet. There you go. Why choose an interesting one? So FootJoy do make a very comprehensive when it comes to fit. When it comes to, if you've got an interesting foot shape, then you're going to have to go to a big manufacturer. FootJoy is obviously one of the biggest. I've got a fairly wide foot, and obviously I wear Mizuno shoes because that's my choice. And I've never struggled with a Mizuno shoe when it comes to any fitting wise. I used to try and dabble with Nike shoes, but the Nike shoes were a little bit pinchy when it comes to around the fattest part of your foot. And I ain't got a fat foot, I'm just saying I've got a wide foot, that's a different thing. But yeah, when it comes to it, FootJoy are very good to go. And then Niels has just literally popped up saying there, FootJoy wide and some Echo models. That's true. Mark saying, do you play Mizuno? Sorry if you've already answered this question. Have you done a what's in the bag? No, I need to do a what's in the bag. So basically, do I play Mizunos? Yeah. I mean, I've used Mizuno since I was, as in irons, I've used Mizuno since, wow, back in the day. I've got to go a long way back to try and remember that when I didn't use, I mean, I dabbled for a year with some Callaway CF16s for an experiment, but went back to a Mizuno straight after. Just like the feel, just like the sound they make is, well, they say nothing feels like a Mizuno. Nothing sounds like a Mizuno. That's probably more like that. It's, although saying that's not absolutely true nowadays. I mean, there's some irons out there that feel ridiculously soft and stuff, so yeah. But and it's only recently that I've actually converted to a full Mizuno bag. Up until fairly recently, I still had ping remnants in the woods. But I'll do a what's in the bag fairly soon. GolfNut Echo fit nice and wide and stretch wonderfully. Yes, they do. Echoes are great shoes. Mr. Mumble, which Mizuno shoes is the most comfortable? Jay, looking to get one when I got into Japan in May. Right, so actually, you can't get them anymore. Hang on a second. I'll tell you what. I'll flick over. So there you go. So top right screen on the left hand side. So this one, there you go. Oh, knock stuff down. Stay there, you stupid shoes. There you go. Whoa. That's right, it's going to stay there. Right, we'll go, should we go that one? There you go. So those were the wave cadence. Yeah, they all made different colours. I had some white ones and stuff like that, which I used for running around and stuff. These were like trainers, when you see, they're like trainers. These are single-handedly, possibly, the most ridiculously comfortable shoes I have ever used. How these are legal for a golf course, I do not know. But obviously they are, because now we can use trainers. There you go. How the times have changed. But I'll be honest, now I'm getting too lazy. I even like the idea, see, when it comes to, do you remember when you're young, you get your mum to do your, mum and dad does your shoelaces, and before that you had Velcro and you had slip-ons and stuff like that. Well, as you're getting older, as I'm getting older, I can't even bother to doing shoelaces up anymore. So I'm looking at shoes that have got boa on them. I love boa because it's just so like lazy. Alex, I think the bit that adds to the confusion about compression is that when balls are tested for compression, they are squished against a plate. At least that's how my Golfsway seem to do it. Well, again, you're absolutely right when it comes to people doing things like that, which then adds to the, excuse me, YouTube wind. Yeah, adds to the problem, because I wouldn't say that's a bad thing to do. I mean, obviously, if you want to see how hard, effectively, a golf ball is and how resistive it is to that compressive force between two plates, then squash it between two plates. But yeah, it's not exactly. But then again, I suppose it's trying. You can get when you're squashing it between. I need a drink. When you're squashing it between two plates, obviously you're doing it statically, and you can measure it without it being in motion. You literally just squash it like that. When you're doing a real test, when you're doing it dynamically, you need ultra high frame rate cameras, and it's obviously very difficult to gain readings from an object that's being smacked by a golf club at 200 miles an hour. But you know what I mean? It's when they're doing those kind of tests, they can do it quite easily, quite statically. Under Armour wide fit on the drive too are nice. I haven't tried the Under Armour shoes, definitely not. Asics fit wide too, do they? That's good. +1 for the Echo golf shoes. Echo do make some good shoes. Well, no, I thought Echo, they're quite close to where I am, not far off. I think on the A14, they're not too far. There was like a depot or something there. But yeah, no, I haven't tested these ones yet. Don't know what they are. Oh, this way. So they make them in, so they actually, the camera, that's making them look lighter blue. They're a darker blue than actually that, but yeah. But I've got a few coming. There's what have we got? Two more coming. Echo is from Denmark. Is it? There we go, but they've got a depot, or a, what's it called, redistribution centre, or whatever you want to call it, fairly close to me, I think. But they make some really good shoes, absolutely, they really do. But yeah, MZU. There you go. But yeah, we'll see what they're like. But they got laces, so the chances are I would never wear them because they got laces. I like boa. Just pop it in, turn it, done, job done. As a sneakerhead, love that shoe rack. I've took ages to try and find something that can display shoes, because I just had them all. Like you can't see that from. I've got. Yeah, you can't really see it. So on the top right hand side, I've obviously got the bags, got the display case, got all my MP20 copperheads at the bottom, and then my 221 chromes at the top. But then you see my shoes, but the far left hand side, even a bit more left than that, I've got all my clothes and all bits and pieces well outside of camera shot. because the problem is it starts because obviously the amount of stuff that you collect over years and years and years of doing golf stuff. I mean, Golf Addict himself will attest to how much stuff that he's collected and still collects. Just making sure that my things don't go off. Just, yeah. But yeah, so and you collect it, and I don't throw stuff away. And this is the thing, I've still got my Ping G30 stuff, I've still got my Cobra SSIs from God knows how many years ago, I've still got my MP57s. And so the problem is, as soon as you start collecting that stuff, you've got to put it somewhere. And so, yeah, rather difficult sometimes. Right. Are we thinking about, oh no, Keith has popped in. Hi Keith, how are you? At my Mizuno fitting, I hit the 221 way better than any other. Why is that? Luck? Have you seen that before? Is it luck? No, it's just how you react to different things, absolutely. Were you wrong in hitting the 221s better than any other? It could be simply a thing down to the feel, the weight of the shaft, the static weight, just the look of it, and how that played with a certain part of your mind to feel comfortable, how it looked behind the golf ball, how you felt comfortable hitting it. There's a multitude of different things that's going on in your grey matter between your ears that make a huge difference to how well you hit something. And the main thing is, if you get that same feeling twice in a row, I don't know if you bought them or not, but if you can go back and test them again, even if it's a very quick test, go warm up outside, or whether it be with your own stuff, then just come in and say if you can just test that makeup again, grab the shaft and the DNA set, put the head on, give it a few hits. If it's the same thing again, then again that's a repeated test, so go ahead with the order. But I mean, the 221s, as blades go, they are ridiculously forgiving as blades go. They're not, obviously a blade is not going to be as forgiving as a move the chair, as a game improvement iron. Absolutely not, it won't be, but considering it's not far off. And if you're, the problem is obviously if you're using a game improvement iron far off and away from the middle, that you're having to compare it against a blade and saying, well, that's much more forgiving than a blade. Well, if you're having to use a golf club that far away from middle to justify having it as it's more forgiving, then the problem is you hitting it away from that far away from middle, not the fact that, you know what I mean. So yeah, that is so lessons first. But slow swing speed, Mizuno apparel, shoes, hats in the UK far superior to the US in my opinion. I don't know what the, because Mizuno do have a huge thing going in America. I don't know what the product, if the product is different. I know the product that we get here is like Mizuno EU, is Europe stuff, and so I would have thought, I mean obviously all the hardware is transferable to America. They still get 221s. It's only Japan that used to get different model numbers and stuff, but the rest of the world gets all the hardware stuff. So when it comes to apparel, the soft goods, I'm not quite sure if it's, yeah, it might be different in the in America. No golf shoes in the US. Really? That's crazy. That is crazy if you think about the market that America is, and there's no golf shoes at all. That's mental. That's fine, don't matter. Everyone's got their own business model. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, it's just, yeah. That's surprising, but there you go. Right, how are we getting on? How are we getting on? Are we all done? No, Alex has got another one. Did you post a pic of that finished display case? Did I post a pic? I don't know if I can. Can I post a pic now? Tell you what, let's see if I can do it. So if I go on like that, and I'll be going on create a post, and I don't know if I'll get access to it. I might have to send it from my phone to, I don't know if I've got it. This is going to be driving me insane. This is, if not trying to find, this is on here. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I think what I might have to do would be, because I got one on my phone, But then I don't know in any way, because I can't take this off its case, if not it will just have a right whinge. Have I got a picture? I don't think I could show you anyway from that, because obviously it would try and, it's on manual zoom. So I don't think it's going to show, because it's going to, yeah, too much white if not. I'll see if I can get, yeah, I'll see if I can Bluetooth this to my, here we go. So this is daft. You see, this is where you get to a point where you're trying to Bluetooth it to your computer. There we go. And then I will then try and post it. I receive a file. That's my PC, and hopefully that should pop up. There we go. We are adding in now. Cool. And then what I'll do is I'll post it on my Mizuno, on my YouTube community, as I did with the poll at the moment. So at the moment, the poll for the going live when it comes to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we have 17 votes. Come on, people, more votes. We need more votes. 47% are saying Monday, 41% are saying Tuesday, only 12% are saying Wednesday. So we need to get some more votes on there, and also need some more comments on there as well to sort of get the time zone right. Because I need to know if I'm going to start doing live streams, like a weekly live stream, as to what's the best time to do it. OneDrive documents, is that document? Yes, we'll do that, that's fine. Cancel, finish that. Right, cool. Let's see if we can get it on here now. OneDrive documents. There you go. See, that wasn't hard, was it? Ah, images exceed aspect ratio limit. I'll have to do it later. It's just, yeah, if not, I'll post it to my Instagram or something. If not, it's driving me mental. But yes, in your answer to the question, yeah, I did. But it's spent ages trying to do it. Right. My Mizuno tour manager had his club staff guys buy shoes out of the UK. Oh. That's interesting. That's interesting. Alex, doesn't have to be right now. Just curious to see it. Oh, yeah, that's fine. I always like to try and get something done there and then, because if I don't get it done there and then, I'll just struggle to find time to do it. It's a pain in the backside. That's the problem with you're busy and you got only a certain amount of time to do stuff. So, Alex, thank you. Martin's really done. Keep sending money. Thank you very much, Alex. Martin, I really do appreciate it. Just found an old pair of F1 proper shoes, F1 FootJoy proper shoes, and with a full set of spikes in them, and an old Scotty putter while clearing the loft out last week. Oh, did you really? I've still got my, tell you what, hang on, bear with, I'll show you. I have still got, because I'm that way inclined, I've still got my Scotty Cameron putter. Don't know if you can see that. Yeah, the reason why I like my Scotty Cameron putter more than anything else is obviously everyone likes a Scotty Cameron putter. But my son, his name's Cameron, so that's why it goes quite well. Obviously his name's not Scotty, it's Cameron, but yeah, you kind of get the idea. But yeah. And I keep that in, as you can see, fairly decent nick, considering this thing is now, what, 20 years old? And it's in very good condition. Right, GolfNut says Tuesday, no Mizuno golf apparel in the US, or maybe just hats. That's terrible, Mondays. Where's the poll? Apparently the poll is on my community page when it comes to YouTube. So if you go on AskGolfNut YouTube page, and there'll be community section tab. If you click on that one, there'll be my polls on there. So generally speaking, when it comes to if you're obviously subscribed and your bell icons on and stuff like that, you should, on your feed of a YouTube feed, sometimes it comes through. Again, it all depends on how your people's settings are and stuff like that, I don't know, but I've got it on the community page anyway, so if anyone wants to go pop over there, click on whatever you'd like to click on. Let me know what you'd like when it comes to what day, and then we'll do, and then what times, obviously, and then I'll try by getting as much information as I can, and what times of the day, and obviously put your time zone in there so I can do the back calculation of what time that means for the UK. I can then try and capture as many people as I possibly can. Oh, nearly saw it. You two drink. Don't get in trouble. Don't want to get in trouble. There we go. That's fun. That's funny. Right. How are we getting on? Are we all right? When are we? I'll tell you what, I'll just, have we had any more votes? 19 votes, we had 2 more votes. Now we've got 53% for Monday, 37% for Tuesday, and Wednesday's lowly at the moment at 11%. So it is looking to be between Monday and Tuesday. I was conscious of Monday because I heard, I can't remember who it was now, but basically told me that the TXG have theirs on a Monday as well. And so I don't want to clash with TXG because they make some really good stuff, to be fair. And they're much more focused around sort of shaft stuff, and I try and tend and don't really want to get involved in the what shaft will do this for someone, because my experience, and I'm not saying they're wrong in the slightest, they are absolutely not, is that my experience when it comes to people is that I can give you what a shaft should do. I can give you what a shaft's manufacturer's design preference was. This shaft will do this. I can tell you though, unfortunately, when you're talking about individuals, people react differently to different shafts, regardless of what their design preference was or structure was. It was designed to do this, they'll do something different. Connection just slowed terribly, sorry. Good night. Mark, thank you very much. I do appreciate, oh, it did massively so. I'm a bit behind when it comes to that. Doesn't matter, it's fine. So, no, I was just going to go pop over quickly if I can to, if it won't, I won't know how to do it. Mark, thank you very much, because you, where it is, you donated earlier on, and that's very much appreciated. $4.99. It was very, very kind of you. Thank you very much appreciated, really is. Jim. Hello, Jim. Hi, Jay. Can you talk about counterbalance driver shafts that you feel are quality? A lot of okay, all of the ping shafts that you're going to get are mildly counterbalanced. They're still mildly counterbalanced. They're not as counterbalanced as they were in the 425 and 410s and 400s and stuff like that, but they are still counterbalanced. So every single shaft you're going to find there is basically counterbalanced. When it comes to the one that really surprised me, and whether it was built for it, I don't know, and whether it was just so it was a happy marriage, was when I did the ST230 driver videos. It's the shaft, the Hulk shaft, the green hazardous in that. That really feels such a really good balance when it comes to I'm not a great fan of, I don't like headlight shafts. I don't like feeling no head whatsoever, but I don't like feeling like there's a lead weight on the end of a stick. So the only problem you've got with pings sometimes, if you don't have sufficient counterbalance, and because the head weights are quite heavy, then you can feel like there's a bit of a head, like a lead weight on the end of a stick. But my point when it comes to the balance with the ST230 with that Hulk shaft is the feel of it. The balance is just, for me, and again, it makes no difference to anyone else. Every single person's unique and they're going to have their own view on things, but the Hulk shaft is mildly counterbalanced, so it can be put into many, many, many different heads. So if I was just to say about shafts, initially the one that I just literally poked in my head as the one that I had the most positive sort of feelings towards the shaft, and you know, guys, when it comes to medium shafts, I would say it's the Hulk shaft. But yeah, and it looks green. It looks really cool as well. There you go. That's the nonsensical way when it comes to golf. We'll talk about differences in shafts and stuff. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. Right. I want to thank everybody for their kind donations. Before I disappear, I'm thinking about going now because should I wait? I'll go to midnight. I'll go to midnight. There you go. Does the Hulk shaft come in regular flex? Oh, that's a very good question. I don't know. Hang on one momento. I'm just going to go quickly flick over, see if I've got any more votes. 20 votes. Oh, that's for a Tuesday. 50, 40, 10. And I'll just go up on, because you can just really quickly have a look on Mizuno's custom fitting specs. So if you go on Mizuno's website, you go on custom shafts of the driver, you go down towards, here we go, graphite, smoke, hazardous, here we go. See, they do it in the 60 and the 70 gram range, and they do the 6, 6.5, 6, 6.5. So unfortunately, that is a no, but they do do it in 2 different weight classes. So they do the 61 gram in the 6, so that'll be the closest one to yours. Now, obviously, 60 grams is not massively heavy. They do make ones lighter, and they do make ones distinctly heavier. So I think if you're looking at the average weight of all the ones that I'm looking on here, you are looking at, that's possibly within reason, that's probably average to slightly fractionally under average for the 6 in the 6th and the lightest one. But yeah, and I think they do that in the 3 wood as well. I think they do it in the utility. So you can have a matching if you really like the Hulkness. And they do, yeah, they do the same thing. And 60 and 70 grams, so it's the same driver shaft in the 3 wood, but you can't get it in the hybrid, I don't think. Dun, 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 dun. No, they don't, which is a shame, because that would have been really good, wouldn't it, for a mix. Right, so if everyone is finished, I tell you what, no, I'll do till, yeah, I'll do till midnight. So get your questions in quick. Questions in fast before I disappear. But yeah, so to all the people, because it does make, and I keep on saying, but it does make a massive difference to me from that point of view. I'm not normally someone who gets really mushy over anything. I'll be honest, I'm not. But it does make a huge. The people that donate, and don't ask for it, it's people which just do it out of the kindness of their own heart. It does make a huge. It makes a huge difference. Where I'm not a great fan of advertising. I don't like it. It's a part of YouTube, and of course I have to have it on there because, again, there's this. I'm trying to grow a business doing something, but in an honest way. And yes, it's going to take longer to get there. Of course, it will do if I do the way I'm doing it, rather than just basically going for clickbait stuff. But I think it's important when it comes to doing reviews. I mean, like tomorrow I've got the i525 against the P790 review, which is an interesting one because that is a very much so strike-based decision when it comes to which one's better. So we'll look out for that one tomorrow. And then also, I'm also doing the information when it comes to the 225 against the P790, which is a proper heavyweight thing. Now, and that was obviously different in itself when it comes to, I won't go into too much of the detail, obviously the rule number 1 when it comes to YouTube is never talk about a video that you haven't as yet quite released. But yeah, and it comes to some interesting differences between the players' distance category, which effectively mean hollow head trampolines. But yeah, so if I was to do things differently to how I do them, I would probably get more subscribers much faster. I would get more views much faster, and I would grow much faster. But that would then work on the basis of me then being corrupted by the influence of marketing and being pushed and coerced into saying certain things which I don't necessarily agree with. I don't mind saying that something is really, really good, and I don't mind saying that something's really, really bad. I just want to have, one, I need to be able to see proof of it, and two, I need to be able to give you the proof of it, so when I'm saying something, I can back it up, rather, or at least give the information to you, so then you can derive what you want from the information, rather than me just peddling whatever my motives are, which I obviously haven't got any, but some people do. Jim saying, in your testing, have you found the Ping G430 LS Tech less forgiving than the Max? Mildly. So if you were to go for what's the most forgiving? Max. What's the next most forgiving? Actually, the LS Tech. The least forgiving out of all of them is the SF Tech, and that's because of its propensity to want to turn. As soon as you have a golf club which has got a propensity to turn, you're always talking about a degree off your baseline of how much that's going to move. And so when you're looking at the Max and the LS Tech, which is still much more down the lines of a neutral-based head, then yes, you are going to get the. It's going to be a little bit more forgiving when it comes to the LS Tech over the SF Tech, but the Max is still going to win. Max will still definitely win when it comes to trying to keep it fairly straight. Golf Out, it boggles my mind how you don't have more subscribers. You should have over 100,000 easily. I'll promote you where I can here in Canada. Well, thank you very much, I appreciate it. And I agree, I should have at least 1 million by now, if not more. Let's call it 2. No, at the end of the day, I understand that the business side of what I'm trying to do at the moment, it's going to take time. It's not going to create, it's not going to be like a massive influx of money, and I mean, you might like throw like it, I'll be like swimming in it, and no, it won't. I would have to change what I do rather abruptly, rather quickly, and change how I do certain things, which I will not do. I do not care. At the end of the day, I have my view on how I do it, and my wish would be that the business model works. I hope it does, because yeah, put a lot into trying to do it. So, and I've got a very, very understanding missus as well. So yeah, is the LST significantly longer? Yes, to a certain extent it is. If you go like for like, it is. I would say under like-for-like conditions within reason. I mean, this is absolute ballpark because you're talking about spin rates and launch angles, which is different for everyone and stuff like that. But for me, about 15 yards carry. Martin, so you're need an assistant soon, mate. Your honesty is the only reason I donate, and I, for one, will try and support your channel any way I can. Martin, that is. Thank you very much. That's very, very, very kind. It is very much so appreciated. I honestly very much appreciate that I do, honestly. Forrest Jenkins, the opportunity to speak with a knowledgeable professional is priceless. Well, hey, Special K, I second that. Hello, we're all coming in now. You're coming in at the point I didn't think about disappearing. It is now nearly midnight. Yeah. Nearly midnight. Hashtag, what am I doing? But it's only fair that I try and give everybody, regardless of where they are in the world, a chance to have their say. And then again, if you want to go on to my YouTube channel, on the community section, there is a poll running at the moment for times, as in sort of times of days, as to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the best time where it is for you to have a live stream that you can be involved in. And then also, if you want to stick some comments down there as well, you can actually put the time zone which you're at, which will then give me an idea of what the best time for you would be, and I can backward calculate it as such, as long as I know where you are, what time you like, and what your time zone are, your kind of idea. I can get it all done the right way and try and give as many people as possible the opportunity to have their say. Yeah, I definitely do things differently. I don't see any of the other YouTubers doing what I do. as in like doing this and stuff like that. So, I mean, again, I might be wrong. I'm not watching all the other YouTubers. I ain't got time to sort of, yeah, do all my own stuff, let alone get, what's that, mastering nutter. Yeah, I know, I am. I ain't got enough time to get my own stuff done, let alone watch anyone else. But from my understanding, I don't think anyone else does live streams the way I do them. And obviously TXG do live streams, and I haven't, I might have seen them in the past, but I think theirs is a little bit more kind of structured and stuff, where here is much so, we have a theme. We haven't talked about the theme really, we haven't talked about PJ or Live Golf for hours now, but then we have like questions and stuff like that. So and we have a little bit of a laugh. You get to learn a little bit more about me and how I am as a person, what I believe in and how I do things. And we have a bit of a laugh as well, which is good. All right, so with 4 minutes to go, no, 3 minutes and 5 seconds, any more questions? YouTube drink. What's nice is you answer everyone. As I try to. I struggle to the comments that I get. I get so many comments at different times about different things. I struggle to comment back to everybody. I really do, and especially, I mean, like Kieran. I've got to. Kieran, if you're watching this, and I'm not sure if you're watching this, I said to you today that I'll try and do a swing video, a small swing video that I'm trying to. So I'm trying to get like Kieran to actually swing. Like he's got a very curtailed swing, a very wristy swing, very cuppy and very like chicken wingy kind of swing. And I'm getting him to swing like a baseball bat. You know, when you're swinging horizontally around yourself, you get the motion of the feeling of the weight of the motion, the momentum of the golf club whipping through, and they're using a longer swing. And I said to him that I would do a video today so I can remind him as such, or he can use it to remind himself what he needs to be practicing, but I haven't done it today, and I've only got literally like 2 minutes to do before I haven't done it today. I'll have to do it tomorrow. Bugger. Right, NVR follow. What is the ideal launch angle for a max carry rollout? I have a high angle of attack, which is about 8 or 9 degrees up. Holy, wow. Okay, so I set my LS driver to 8 degrees with a club speed of 107. By the way, I enjoy your brand comparisons. Good, I'm glad. I've got 2 more coming for the next 2 days. So tomorrow I've got the 525 against P790, and then the day after that I've got P790 against Pro 225, as long as I can get that editing done in time. I haven't done it yet, so again, as long as I can get it. The editing takes a long time. For the stuff that I do, people don't really appreciate and understand how much time it takes to do certain things. And again, I'll just open up the things in the background there. There's a lot. So, so this is the one I just did today, and this is a fairly easy one. It wasn't. Where is it? Come on. There we go. Now, don't know if you can see that. There we go. So that's timeline. So all of these like layers on a cake as such, and they're all the graphics that you see. So when it comes to like that, there's all those different layers, and then you got to time them all in, fade them all out. It takes a long time to do the stuff that I do. And do I probably overcomplicate things? Do I over engineer something? Yes, possibly I do, but it enables me to give you the information that I am using to determine the conclusion of a golf club. And so you can be a part of it as well. You can see it, and then you can give your own determination of what you perceive as right or wrong for you, because again, I don't know how you hit it. And now if I'm given the information about how a golf club is being hit and how it reacts to being hit in a certain spot, you can then grab that and then say, oh, I know I hit out of here. I know that this could actually work better for me. That's the reason why I do it. But it does make editing a pain in my bum cheeks. Yeah. Might as well worth another one. Martin, you are. Just noted you donated again. Thank you very much. Oh, you're funny. You make me giggle. Hey, Special K, old man swing at the moment. Yeah, I'm getting old. Marcus Malone, hello Marcus. What's the most forgiving drive with the fastest ball speed? Ping still. Ping are the daddies when it comes to forgiveness. They will always will be until they completely change their design brief, and they won't do because they're Ping. So first and foremost, they will go forgiveness first. Forrest Jenkins, YouTube drink and Arnold Palmer. I'm missing that. Go on, what's an Arnold Palmer? What's the rhyming slang or something for an Arnold Palmer? I'm running out of YouTube drink. Look, see, that's the problem about it being here for an hour long. Finish YouTube drink. Arnold Palmer. I don't know what an Arnold Palmer is. There you go. Home formula. Is my Ping double wide putter similar MOI to like a mid mallet marksman? Is my Ping double wide putter similar in MOI to like a mid mallet marksman? Ooh, that is a really difficult one. Yeah, well, that's a really hard one to test resistance to twist on that one. If it's that close to call, I would say they're close enough. But without specifically testing it, etc., it'd be very difficult to give a definitive answer. But you can make a judgment from yourself. You're saying obviously like the huge-headed, the huge-headed, heavy-weighted heads against a very slim blade. You can distinctly tell which one's going to be more forgiving. And then obviously as the head shapes and sizes and weights get closer, the differences get far smaller and smaller. So. Mr. Mumble, I watched a lot of YouTube content in the last 2 years. Watching during work hours too. Best way to go. I say this channel is up there with TXG as the best. Thank you. No problem. I'm more than happy. I still think I'm better than TXG. No, TXG are very, very good. Lemonade and sweet tea for Forrest Jenkins. Lemonade and sweet tea. I've never had that. That sounds interesting. I agree, Mr. Mumble. I'm not allowed to say. I can't. I can't really know. I can't say. I don't want to get moaned at. So am I 2 minutes over? Mine's just said like 2 minutes over. Now you see, you just can't stop. You're right. I just can't stop. I think I need to calm down a bit, don't I? Because yeah, I need to go. Because it's now what? It is now after midnight. So it is now. Tuesday. No, what's Tuesday? It was Monday today, wasn't it? Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I get confused sometimes what day it is. Bad, isn't it? Right. Is everyone finished? Is everyone finished? Because it's been a great live stream. I'm just scrolling up the list of comments. I think I may have captured everybody. I don't think there was anyone that I missed out when it comes to a comment. If I have, I absolutely, completely and utterly apologise. Super time here, good. What I'll probably do is I'll probably delete this one, or I might leave it for a day. So, because this is 4 hours, there is no way on God's green earth that any person is going to sit and listen to this for 4 hours, even if you have it in the background. Really? No. So the chances are I'll dump this from YouTube because there's no point in keeping this going on. But it is quite funny that people. There's been a certain amount of you that have been here since. So I tell you what, very, very quickly, if you have been, just go in the comments, just say something quickly, just say, have you been here since when it started? So for the few people that have been here since it started, go on, or write down there how long you've been there, for a bit of fun. That will be funny. Let's get that one, there we go. Get it up to date, everything's up to date now. And then whilst everyone's doing that, join 5 minutes before start. Wow. Well, in that case, then you've been here longer than I have, Alex. Fun to buy a spiked Arnold Palmer. You will love it. Oh, I'll tell you what, you've got me there. Tell you what, lemonade and sweet tea. So sweet tea, what is sweet tea? It's not just, is sweet tea like a proper pre-made drink that I need to then purchase to then mix lemonade with it? Or can you make sweet tea? Missed the first 10 minutes, I have to go back and watch. Don't worry, you won't miss much. Mr. Mama, so at the moment, Alex is winning the fact he was there 5 minutes before even I was. Well done. Oh, Forrest, you don't want me to die laughing, you two. Tea with sugar. Right, so just tea with sugar, no milk, obviously, because I normally drink tea with milk, so no milk, and just put lemonade. Well, what are we talking when it comes to like the share of what's the no, I've only been in the last 45 minutes. That's fine, don't worry, Martin, that's fine. As to miss the first 3 minutes, leave it on YouTube, because then any watchers get ads. Oh, do they? Oh, it just drives me insane, ads. They just drive me crazy. Forest drinks half and half, 50-50. Okay, so tea with sugar, I'm assuming what, 2 spoons? Does it have to be sweet tea, or can it just be like 2 spoons or 3 spoons? Okay, we'll do all 2. Or we could just add, I suppose, couldn't we? Or I suppose lemonade to it. So, all right, tomorrow it's going to be tea, no milk, 2 spoons of sugar, if not 3, and lemonade, 50-50, yeah? Have I got this right? Where's the alcoholic part of it, though? Is there any alcoholic part of it? Do you have to add vodka, or is it a case of it's just a drink? How's that work? Forage? Yes, okay. That'll be fun. I will I will endeavour to try it tomorrow, because it sounds interesting. Is that like an American quite common drink? Sweet tea and lemonade. Oh, I tell you, I'm being absolutely schooled here, aren't I? Alcohol is the spiked part. Okay, so I've got to put some, right, okay. Well, I'll try the normal drink bit first, and then if I like it, then I'll add some, yeah. You learn something new every day. Every day is a school day, they say, and it is. Right, so it is now 10 past within a very small amount of a minute. So I just want to say to everybody, before I go, Forrest, thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. Don, also Don Geek, thank you very much from Holland. Christopher Gagnon, thank you very much. Golferman Jim, hope you're well. I hope you're doing okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Mumble, thank you very much for your donation. It was very much so appreciated. And Niels Axelson, yeah, you and I need to get some time together anyway for a little chat about boring stuff like network attached storage and RAID 5s and all that kind of stuff that when you've got a mass amount of YouTube media. Yep. Class Grooves, thank you very much. Golf Addict, thank you very much as well. Home for you, you've been here a long time as well. You've been here a lot, quite a few, yeah, a while. Thank you. Chase Wood, thank you very much. Your wife sounds hilarious. Thanks for the advice. Never thought about getting a lesson for that. That's true. Yes. A Special K, nice one, mate. Good night. Good night to you. Brandy and Bailey's. Oh, Martin, that's an interesting one. Brandy. Have I got any brandy? I've got Bailey's though. I'll have to get some brandy because that's an interesting mix. That'll be interesting. What was the one I had? Drambuie and ginger wine. There you go. That's a different one for everyone. Golf Addict, thank you. Home for you, thank you. Chase Wood, there you go, got there. Alex, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it, I really do. Alistair, I don't know if Alice is still there. Alice, I think you're still there. Most 3 minutes, so you're still on it because Alice to go to sleep. Mark, thank you. And then Martin just keeps on doing it. He's funny. I hope you find some shoes, I really do, some wide fit, and they are good. That or Echo, you can't really go wrong too much. So, everybody, thank you very much. It's been a lovely time for everyone. This has been a marathon, it has, but it's a bit of fun as well. So I've learned some bits and pieces today. Most of it, I'll be honest, is more beverage driven, but again, it's all fun anyway. So I will try the Arnold Palmer tomorrow. I'm not sure I've got any vodka in it, but we'll find out anyway. Yep, still here. Night. Good night, Alistair. Game over. Yeah, well done. Nice. Yeah, very apt. Or apt, whichever one is. Right, so yeah, look out tomorrow for GolfNut, no problem. Keep buying your golf gear. Don't let anyone tell you that you've got a problem. You haven't. You just need to buy bigger places to put more stuff in. So yeah, everyone look out tomorrow for the i525 P790 video. By all means, comment below on that one what you think the differences are and what you'd like or what you don't. Then I'm going to have the Mizuno, but Mizuno Pro, still an MP, 225 against P790. So yeah, we'll do that one the day after, most probably. So, hope you're well, everybody. Thank you very much for joining in. It's been great, it really has, and if we continue to have live streams like this, then do you know what? Yeah, that's why we do them, because it's great fun. So, right, hope you're well, guys. Thank you very much. Okay, I will. Cheers. No worries. Everyone's saying goodbye. It's been brilliant, and I will see everybody. Remember, going on to the YouTube community and have your say when it comes to what day you want to do live streams. It's either looking Monday or Tuesday, because poor old Wednesday at the moment hasn't really got much. I'll just do a final refresh on the, so we've got 21 votes at the moment. We need to get more. 52% of you say Monday, 38% says Tuesday, and only 10% of you say Wednesday. We've got 6 comments at the moment, possibly more of them. So we got, yeah, Neil saying 2000 UK time is perfect. That's 21 here in Copenhagen. And then, yeah, so everyone, comment, but more importantly, yeah, have your say, what time, and then whatever goes, I will do that going forward. Right, guys, thank you very much for the time. Thank you very much for all your questions. Thank you ever so much for all the donations. It makes a huge difference, and it is very much appreciated. I really do appreciate them. I really do. Thanks, Jay. You're a trooper. I will. Cheers. If you add vodka to an Arnold Palmer, it becomes a John Daly. Yeah. That's funny. Good luck, mate. I'm sure it will all work out. I hope it does. It will be fine. It'll be good. Man, yeah, everything's very much so appreciated. So, thank you very much, guys, and I will see everybody next week, possibly Monday, as long as all the votes continue to go that way, and I'll do it by the end of the week. At the end of the week, I will go with whatever it says on that poll. So make sure you get on the poll, have your say, and it will be that way from now on. So hope everyone's well. Thank you very much, and we'll see everybody very soon. I just got to now work out how to stop this off now. See you there, everyone. Bye.